Hello, my Teaserking family. How is everybody today? Just looking ahead to next week. All right. So yesterday in the NFL, I hit my third lock, which was New Orleans under with Carolina. That was normal. So I started thinking about it, and I've come to the conclusion there's the Fields, Richardson, Lamar type of quarterbacks that can't throw and run. And then there's everybody else. And everybody else plays more like Bryce Young's not looking to run, neither is Carr. So you got a more natural game. Pickett against Watson, not a lot of running. The Jets and Dallas, not a running quarterback. Arizona and the Giants, both quarterbacks are just looking to run. And I'm finding these running quarterbacks are a pain in the ass, and they'll get you more points, even though they can't hit the broadside of a barn. They're going to play higher scoring games. So my theory was they suck, therefore there won't be any points. Just like Fields last year, he sucks. He can't throw, but he runs for points. It's a very unorthodox way to play, and it doesn't work. You don't win games, but you do get points. So Richardson ran for 2 touchdowns. So I watched the Indy-Houston highlight game, and Richardson runs for 2 touchdowns before getting the concussion, getting knocked out again. How are you going to get an under when the quarterbacks are running for touchdowns because he can't throw? Aha, says the professor. So we have to be careful picking over-unders based on the quarterbacks suck. But if they run, they score. Now, Daniel Jones for the Giants didn't get anything. Against Dallas, they got shut out. Against Arizona, they play a 31-28 game with no quarterbacks. And that's what Joshua Dobbs was basically. Now, the problem is the defensive coordinators are idiots. They don't know how to they don't understand to put pressure on the quarterbacks because you can't throw, so you blitz them. And that's really what Georgia does, and that's why they have so many unders. Because they blitz you, and you can't get out and run. And Michigan does that too. They put pressure on you. So that's how you get the unders in college. We're waiting for the pros to wake up and start realizing, put pressure on the quarterbacks, and they're useless. Because they're not good quarterbacks. Theoretically, the underbets were fine. God knows what happened in the Kansas City-Jacksonville game. Hey, Sean. How are you today? So I can't explain the Jacksonville against Kansas City game, how that 17-9. But I can't explain the other low-scoring games, bad quarterbacks putting up points because they're running and the defenses are playing zone and letting them run for 20 yards. Richardson goes back and runs twice from like 20 yards out. What was that? I mean, what was Indy thinking? And then Indy. And so Houston was Stroud. Now Houston looks like the worst team in the league. Indy gets a couple touchdowns from Richardson, then Minshew comes in, and that fucks you under because he's a good quarterback. If it's Minshew against Mills, I'm not betting the game under. But Stroud throws a bunch of passes. Looks terrible. Fields looks terrible. So now we must break out the quarterbacks by your runners versus your passers. So if we go down the list, Cousins and Hurst. Hurst is a little bit of a runner, but he'll throw the ball. Love looks like a pocket passer. Riddler kind of runs a little bit. Herbert's pocket passer. Tannehill's pocket passer. Garoppolo's pretty much a pocket passer. So is Allen. He'll run a little bit. Geno Smith's a pocket passer. Goff. Richardson's a runner. Stroud, a little bit of a runner. Fields can only run. Mayfield, pocket passer. Lamar can only run. Burrow, Mahomes, Lawrence doesn't really run that much. Brock Purdy doesn't. Stanford doesn't. Jones does. Hobbs or Tune, yes. They can't pass. Wilson's a pocket passer. Prescott's pretty much a pocket passer. Thurston Howell the third is running. Wilson's pocket passer. Tagliavoa's a pocket passer. Matt Jones seems to be running a little bit. Carr's a pocket passer. Young's actually a pocket passer. Watson pretty much he's running a little. I saw yesterday, and Pickett. I don't know what Pickett is. Pickett's terrible. Pitt won the game yesterday because they got two defensive touchdowns. So we think that's what we need to do this week. So let's look at the games. We won't get the call. We're just going to take a brief look. I haven't analyzed anything yet. I got to bring in my stats. But I was at the pool, and I had a phone call from a friend I hadn't talked to in a while. Oh, so you're Kenzie's guy. Is Kenzie real? Or is Kenzie like pretend? Because I don't believe it's really Kenzie. But if you tell me that's really Kenzie, I'll believe you. But she won't send me a picture or a phone call, so I have no idea that's really her. I hope it is, but I guess I'm wrong. But that's nice you recommended. Thank you. So the Giants and the Niners, let's put the quarterbacks in. We got Jones versus Purdy. We got Tannehill versus Watson. San Diego Mini. I'm so excited. I got Mini's the favorite now. I'm so excited. We got Cousins versus Herbert. We got Riddler versus Goff. Indy, Baltimore. Indy's who? Indy, I keep getting that confused. Richardson, Minshew, because he's got a concussion against Lamar. New Orleans, we've got Carr versus Green Bay is Love. New England, we got Jones versus the Jets. We've got whatchamacallit. Russell or the other Wilson. Zach Wilson. There's like every team's got a Wilson and a Jones. Denver, we've got Russell Wilson, another Wilson. Versus Miami's got Tug. Houston's got Stroud. Jacksonville's got Lawrence. Buffalo, we know, it's got Allen. Washington's got Thurston Howell III. Carolina's got Bryce Young, who sucks. Seattle's got Smith. Chicago's got Fields. And KC's got Mahomes, the king. Dallas has Prescott. And Arizona's got Dobbs. Jesus Christ. Pitt's got Pickett. And Oakland's got LaMonica. Oakland's got Garoppolo. Philly's got Hurts. T-Bay's got Mayfield. LA's got Stafford. And Cincy's got my man Joe Burrow. Hey, Todd. Bear Dash Saturday and Sunday. Did catch some of your class Monday, exiting games this Saturday. Though Nevada was a Z team, nearly beat Kansas. I didn't like Kansas as quarterback. Nevada. I mean, it's 31-24. Kansas didn't score what they should have, and they gave up 24. Kansas did not look good. I mean, I'm watching the highlights, and they're just playing. I mean, they're just running Daniels. He looks terrible. They weren't explosive like they usually are, and they were letting up way too many points to Nevada. So sorry, guys, I'm a bit hungry. I haven't eaten. I just got done from the pool. I'm pretty freaking hungry. They play BYU this week at home. Kansas, I think. I think it's Kansas, right? Or was that Nevada? There's a ton of games this week. Let me see. At BYU, I like Slovak. Yeah, BYU, Kansas. I don't like this line at all. Kansas is 9.5-point favorites. As you just said, they could barely handle Nevada, who just sucks. BYU went to Arkansas. Slovis is good. They look fine. I like BYU as the dog in this game. Kansas is a good scoring team. They're not a great defensive team. They're not an A. They're an over team, right? Good offense and defense. BYU's showing me. I love Slovis, and they're scoring, and they beat Arkansas, which is a good fucking team, even if Bobby doesn't like Jefferson. I do. Couple of good games, UCLA, Utah. Oh, we'll get into that. Let me finish pros. Thank you, Todd. I try to be right. So let's go down the list. Thursday, the Giants at the Niners. I got the Niners. This is last night's line. 10.5, 44. They're going to try to run Jones. The Giants apparently couldn't stop Arizona. It's not going to stop the Niners. I mean, I just see the Niners beating them. So then we get to the Jones running quarterback. How is Frisco going to handle that? See, to me, Frisco will put pressure. If you just pressure these guys, you got them because they can't throw. They're not smart enough to read it. They won't do the dinks and dunks that Brady and Manning would do. Rodgers, they love being blitzed. They would just dump it off. These guys have no idea what it is. Hey, Nick. The Bills over and Saints were great plays. Very good. Yeah, I like the Bills after the loss. I played them. I played the Bills, and then I had the Saints under yesterday, and actually an under that stayed under. As we're talking about now in class, the difference between the shitty quarterbacks and the running shitty quarterbacks, like Jones from New York and Herbert and Lamar, these guys who run, and they kind of fuck up the scoring. Like Richardson ran in from the 15 2 rushing touchdowns, where if it's Tagliabue, he's not running them in. He's trying to pass. He can't. And they probably are field goals. That's your difference between your overs and your unders. So basically, that's what we're trying to establish and not get burnt on these running quarterbacks. Now, I don't think Jones, he's going to have any time against Frisco. I think they'll just put it to him. And I don't think the Giants apparently have no defense as we watch the Arizona game. I would see that. Tennessee and Cleveland should be a normal game. Tannehill and Watson. Cleveland's favored by 4. Chubb got hurt last night, so we'll see what happens. I wonder if there's a different spread. Let's do that before we start talking. Let's go through this. 49ers are 10, not 10.5, and 44. Minnesota 1.5 and 54. Cleveland is 3, not 4. These lines change like water. And 40. Jacksonville 9.5. Jacksonville can't beat anybody by 9.5. 43.5. New England 2.5 over my Jets. 37. Boy, they just don't want you to bet the Jets under, that's for sure. Green Bay is 2. Where the hell is this? Green Bay's laying 2 and 42.5. Miami 6.5, 48.5. Against Denver. Buffalo 6.5, 44.5. Against Washington. That seems like a real easy one. Detroit 3, 46.5. Mine went up from 45 against Atlanta. I like Atlanta and the dog in that one for sure. Baltimore 8.5, 44.5. They should handle business. See, when you have a Lamar and you face this Richardson, if he even plays with the concussion, you know how to defend him because you defend Lamar in practice all the time. Seattle 5.5, 42.5. So now does Seattle have life now that they've put up 100 on the Lions? Dallas 12.5 and 43 to Arizona. Their defense looks mighty good. Kansas City 12.5, 47.5 against the Bears. I think that was the pool pick I gave to the guy. Take Kansas City even over the Bears because really it's just going by defense. Bears have no defense. They're not going to stop Mahomes. They're not going to win the game. This is one of those win the game pools. Oakland and Pitt. Now Oakland's 1.5. Pitt was 1.5. They win the game last night. Now they're a 1.5 point dog and 43. Philly is 5.5 and 46. And Cincinnati's 2.5, 43, in a Super Bowl rematch. Let's quickly talk NFL and we'll get into college because there's so much more games in college. So Frisco should kill the Giants. Purdy over Jones. Since the Giants couldn't stop Arizona, what are they going to do against the Niners? Cleveland, Tennessee. I think it's take the dog there, 3 points. Tennessee at 9. They beat San Diego. Tannehill and Watson. Chubb, check his status. Minnesota, San Diego. I love San Diego as the dog. I got to jump on that. I'll give you that as the free pick. Get it in now before San Diego goes favorite. But we got to check injuries first. So barring injuries. Detroit 3-46. The Riddler against Goff. Definitely an overplay here. Definitely Atlanta here. This is like last week. Detroit's not very good, but everybody wants everybody to think Detroit's good for some strange reason. And then you got a coach Campbell on Detroit who's clueless. But because he yells and he's passionate, they like him. But what I got out of the game is they still don't have a defense. They didn't have a defense against KC if KC didn't drop 10 balls and kick the field goal at the end. KC gets the win. Lions defense sucked. And then last week, Seattle lit them up. And then a pick 6 from Goff. Typical choke. And here comes Detroit now 3. Why are they 3 over Atlanta? Atlanta's the better team. They came down, beat Green Bay, who's better than Detroit. So, yeah. Like Atlanta here. Baltimore, Indy. Interesting is 8.5. They're just begging us to tease it down to 2.5. Richardson against Lamar. You can't trust Lamar. So you think Baltimore should be ready for Richardson playing Lamar in practice. So we'll see. But again, it's question mark. Where you might play the under, he'll score. He can't throw, so he'll run for a couple touchdowns, and you're fucked. So again, we've got to be careful with that. I don't care if I lose as long as I learn why I lost, and then it doesn't happen again. I'm very good at not doing that again. Green Bay, New Orleans. Green Bay 2.5. Carr against Love. Green Bay looks good. New Orleans looked good yesterday. I think they're a live dog. I think that they've got Mike Thomas back, the great receiver, to go with Olave. Kamara comes back week 4, and a pretty good defense, although against Carolina it doesn't show. Green Bay's okay, but it's Carr and Love. It's not Rodgers, so I'm not worried about him blowing you out. I like the dog here. New England, the Jets. You know me, I'll take the JETSs all day. They're a better team than New England, much better defense. I can't say Jones is a better quarterback than Wilson. I think that's even, and I think the edge goes to the defense in New England. They're a home dog. Why are they a home dog to New England? Jesus Christ, gotta love the Jets there. Miami, Denver, 6.5, 48. Miami's an over team, no defense. Denver with Russell Wilson put up a shitload of points against Washington, who has a fairly good defense. That was shocking that did not stay under. So a little bit surprised there. So where am I? Probably another over 42. In this game, I can't trust Miami to win. Denver, believe me, with Sean Payton, Russell Wilson look better. Judy's there. They will score points on this Miami team. And Miami looks like Denver is turning into an over team. So I got to get my stats to qualify the teams, but I can pretty much tell by looking at last week's garbage. Jacksonville 9.5 over Houston. Stroud against Lawrence. Jacksonville, they couldn't fucking get a touchdown against Kansas City. This is the problem I have with Lawrence. He'll show up one day, and the next day he doesn't show up. Houston looks like the worst team. But again, I can't play Jacksonville laying 3.5 in the pro football. Just like the first week, they barely beat Indy at Indy. They won by 10. I don't know they're going to kill them. Buffalo and Washington. Allen against Thurston Howell. Thurston Howell they made him look like an all-pro. Oh, what the fuck's going on with these defensive coordinators? They're all fucking idiots. I mean, just blitz the quarterback, and he's done. He can't do anything. So Buffalo here. Now, Buffalo, I can't imagine they lose to Washington, but it looks like it probably could be an over, even though I think Washington's an under team with a good defense and no quarterback. Again, confusion. Is Howell any good? Well, okay, against Denver, he was good. See, this is the difference between no training camp, week 1, when the guys, no timing and everything's fucked. And week 2, they get better. They like wake up going, fuck, the season started. So that's the difference between week 1 and week 2. Now, here comes week 3. I think it's a little closer to week 2, but then these are the 3 weeks that really says, here's the team. And now we can crunch in and really start picking. So is Washington that bad? Do we just take Buffalo to win? Do we bet over? Because we know Buffalo is going to score on them. So I don't know. It looks like an over 38 to me, but I don't know. I'm so gun shy with last week's games. Carolina, Seattle. Seattle 5.5, 42. Young against Smith. This should be all Seattle. They lost the first week to Stafford. Okay. Then they played a high-scoring game against Goff. Okay. This is not a real quarterback here, Bryce Young. He's clueless. They should win this one. The spread's really low. Over-under, again, it's hard to go over-under with Bryce Young. Seattle should be an over team, but I don't know that Carolina is going to get you over. It should, but it's a mystery right now. KC 12.5 over the Bears. Fields against Mahomes. No defense on the part of the Bears. So it's KC by, getting in the 30s. What does the Bears do? Does Fields run? He's not. It was 24-17 to Tampa. They didn't really light up Tampa. The Bears, where are the Bears? 27-17. So 44. So let's say a 44 here. And it's 47. It should get to 41. But then we got to go, what the fuck's wrong with Kansas City? They go into Jacksonville with no defense, and they get 17 points. What's wrong? Kelsey played. That's why I like Kelsey. That's why I like the game. All of a sudden, Kelsey's playing, and they're off a loss, and Jones is back, and they score 17. And the puzzling part is, here's Arizona and the Giants playing a 60, and Denver, Washington playing a 60. The one team that should be playing a 60, Mahomes, plays a 17-9. If I didn't know better, I'd say this was all fixed last week, because it smelled to high heaven the scores I was seeing. And then yesterday was normal. My lock, New Orleans under, wins, and I didn't play the Pitt game. So that was what I was expecting from the other games. But you really don't have that running quarterback. What happened in the other games? So you had Giants, Arizona, Dobbs against Jones, all running quarterbacks. Washington, Denver, Howell and Russell Wilson. It was mostly Howell running around. Indy, Houston, you got Richardson and Stroud running around. And the defenses are just pathetic. I would say Houston's the worst team, followed closely by the Bears, the Lions. I don't know. I thought Arizona sucked. Carolina's bad. Indy and Houston both suck. So That's what you got. So let's see. So where am I at? Dallas 12 over Arizona. Prescott against Dobbs. Dallas should kill him. They should shut him out. I mean, Dobbs is the same quarterback that played for Tennessee in the playoff game that absolutely sucked. Didn't read the blitz and fumbled and lost in the game against Jacksonville. All of a sudden, he's a quarterback. Fuck no. But that's how bad the Giants are. Is they make when they make Dobbs look good. How bad are the Giants? Pitt and Oakland, 1974. Yeah. 1972, 1974, 1975. Oakland 1.5, 43. Pickett against Garoppolo. I love the dog here. Philly, Tampa 5.5, 46. Hurts and Mayfield. I don't know what's going on with Philly. Their defense, all the Georgia players, they got a new defensive coordinator. Doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Minnesota lit him up last week. First week, Jones from New England lit him up. And they're scoring a lot. It's probably an over. Tampa Bay, Mayfield, I don't know. And last but not least, Cincinnati, 2.5, 43, must win, back against the wall game, our first one of the year. But they're playing the Rams and Stafford, who's not bad. Super Bowl revenge. Don't think that doesn't play into it. 2.5, 43. On a normal day, probably the Rams an 8.5 looks good. This ain't a normal day. This is Joe Burrow, rather pissed off in a must-win game. 0-2. They're not starting 0-3. At home, I think you got to take Cincy in 3.5 because they must win. Over under, I guess you could go over, although, well, they played the Niners. What was that score? 30-23. They put up 23 on the Niners is a big deal. I think this game goes over if you don't want to if you don't trust Burrow to win it. This certainly will go over 30. Burrow is going to light up the Rams. So that's what we have, a preview of next week. We got to check the San Diego injury. If San Diego's not injured, that's a very strong play. Anytime you get, like I told you the other day, it was San Diego's favored. And I said, fuck, the wrong team's favored. If we could get them dog, we got them dog now. Anytime you get San Diego as a road dog, it's an automatic bet, especially against a team like Minnesota. Hey, Bobby Bo, how are you? Let me read my email. Loving Florida State this week. Not a fan of Clemson quarterback, and Travis is a great quarterback. Okay. Wish Rising was playing because Utah over would be locked. Well, we'll see. I don't know if he's playing or not yet. He hasn't played yet, but if they're going to play him, they got to play him this week. Todd, if the Bears still want a running quarterback, Fields is not the answer. Try Cam Newton. Oh, there you go, Todd. You've got it figured out. And how good was Cam Newton? He had one good year with Carolina, maybe 2 good years, and then that was it. The problem is, now watch, how many quarterbacks do we got coming up in this year's draft, right? Williams, Hartman, Van Dyke, on and on and on. And Penix, Bo Nix. I don't know why everybody hates Bo Nix on the road. It's like the guy still – they went to Texas Tech. He put up 38 points. It's not Bo Nix. So keep your eye on that. But, yeah, I mean, this is my point. He's running court. Richardson, he gets a concussion. He's too stupid to slide. He's got to run. He thinks he's a running back. That's how stupid Richardson is. Then you got C.J. Stroud, I think, threw 50 passes. Completed, 20 of them, maybe? I don't know how Indy won the game. And then you got Thurston Howell III and Jones at the Giants. These quarterbacks suck, but they're running for yards, and the defense is playing a zone and letting them run for 10, 15 yards. Blitz them. It ain't that hard. You put pressure on them. There's nowhere for them to run. They can't throw. It's all over. Why aren't they blitzing? The defensive coordinators drive me nuts. They're like fucking children. You're like the same people running the Federal Reserve and the government here. They're a bunch of fucking morons. And yes, Bobby, we have an Egon. I got a little Egon video to show you. Hey, Bobby, good morning. Is Sean Kenzie's boss or something? Well, I asked him, is Kenzie real? He didn't answer. What you going over today? NFL, college? Yeah, all three, Bobby. I was really just going to go over college and leave the NFL, but I did come to an anomaly that it's the running quarterbacks versus the pocket quarterbacks is why I got fucked on my unders. The Arizona Giant game, Dallas beat them 40-0. And then the Washington Denver under and the Indy Houston under were all because of running quarterbacks. The quarterbacks suck, but they all run. And so to prevent that from happening, we have to be much more careful playing an under with the shitty quarterback who runs. So we got to get the runners and the passers. And there's about 6 or 7 runners who can't pass to save their lives. So anyway, lock yesterday under was New Orleans. Finally a winner on my lock. And then I had him with KC over. I mean, it was like a vomit weekend, right? All I need is KC over. I got him with James Madison. Here I would have won with New Orleans under. What the fuck? They're the only under, right, on the board. The two, Mahomes and Lawrence, the overs go under, and the unders, because the quarterbacks run, go over. It was terrible, terrible defense. Yeah, Caleb Williams is by far the best college quarterback, but since he's obviously going to get draft first, I would look to Tuesday's second best quarterback, and that's oh, come on, Bobby. All right. You're drinking a little early. Okay, the second best quarterback is Hartman, Van Dyke, Rising, Penix, ahead of Sanders. You know, they're running this quarter. They have a good offense. I'm not going to say that, but he's not in their league. You put him in Notre Dame, I don't think he does anything. He just has, you know, it's almost like Deion's like the kids are in college, so Deion decides to coach his kids. So the kids, like the other one is a cornerback. Is he any good? Well, who knows? But because Daddy's the coach, so he gets the quarterback and the safety get to play because he's the coach. So I've seen this enough in girls softball where the dad coaches so the kid can play. I love it. That's exactly what's happening here. What's up, Clash? Running late today. What I miss? I asking Bobby. He's late too. He owes us silver. I didn't miss anything. I just went over the football, the NFL. I'm about to go over college. So Van Dyke might be the man up if he has a great season. Well, Miami doesn't need the great season. He's already had one. But Van Dyke is an outstanding quarterback, far better than Mayfield's. I'd say went to Trask already over Mayfield and Richardson and all these guys that suck. I'd rather have Van Dyke in a heartbeat. Eric, did you play pro ball too? Are you like buddies with Bobby? Or you just know Bobby, like Luke? I don't count Rising anymore since he has not shown to have he has the it factor. That is, no. You're wrong about that, Bobby. No heart, no big ones. USC doesn't count with that defense. He beat USC twice last year, but he won the year before. He was outstanding. He gets hurt in the Rose Bowl. They're beating Penn State, and he does have the it factor. That's my whole point with these guys. Bobby, oh yeah, Hartman and Penix. Yeah, you're right. Those two are next. I know there were more guys. There's a ton of guys. Bobby, so it's Caleb easy first. then Penix and Hartman, but need to see more of them to see which one. Well, we'll see in the big games. Okay, so we've got Hartman against Ohio State this week. We love the over in the game. That's your free pick. We're going Ohio State, Notre Dame over. It dropped 10 points. Monday, it's 64, and I'm going, I might still play it. Then it goes down to 54 yesterday. What the fuck is going on with the line in Vegas? 54, 48 in Ohio State, Notre Dame. Are you serious? Neither team's got a real defense. They both have explosive quarterbacks and explosive offenses. Ohio State didn't show it until last week. They finally woke up, but it was a bunch of wide open touchdowns, right? The guy Marvin Harrison goes, he just runs straight up the middle. He's wide open, 60 yards. This is the problem with the Alabama and Ohio State. You're not going to get that in the pros. This is a bust in college because of the way you stack your receivers. So they had two guys over to the right, and Harrison makes a quick fake, goes long, and the safety doesn't know what he's doing. He's open by 20 yards. Does the quarterback, is he a great quarterback because he saw the guy who's wide open? That's the problem. So they're not playing pro secondaries, although Western Kentucky's a good team, but so this should be a pretty high-scoring game. Again, it was 41-17 to Central. So I got to see Ohio State. This game's going to be in the 30s, so that's a 60. We only got 48. So take this game over, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and the other half is take Georgia under because it's Georgia, and we're going under with them. Because that's what you do. You take Georgia under. Bobby, if you ever ask me again, what do I do in the Georgia game? It's gonna cost you some gold. I can't believe you asked me that question. Eric, I don't know Colorado get over their season win total 4. Well, they're not going to win a game in the Pac-10. The only team they could beat is Arizona State. They are not beaten. They got Oregon and USC. They got UCLA later, Washington State, Oregon State, and they are not winning those games. So, yeah, I agree with you. It was a fluke. They beat TCU. It was 100 degrees. Nobody knows what they are. TCU did not blitz them. They had trouble with Nebraska. They don't have a defense. I mean, this could be the greatest over team ever. They can't stop the win. All right. What's up, Eric? Yeah, they'll win more than 4, Eric, for sure. Oh, okay. We got a bet here, Bagaluga. I meant no big wins for Rising. Oh, come on, Bobby. He beat USC twice. He beat Washington. And that was last year. Oh, he's got a lot of big wins. The year before, check him out. Beat USC twice, and you don't think those are big wins? UCLA didn't win with Thompson Robinson. Eric, I'm not sure Bobby Turner out for a few games. Oh, good. Who's Turner? I don't know what. You want me to read this? Oh, you mean Travis Hunter might have been a type. Who's Travis Hunter? Yeah, he's out 3 weeks, but I think they can get over the 4 wins, even if they do lose to Oregon and USC and UCLA and Washington and Oregon State and Washington State. Okay. My bag hunter out. Professor, what do you think of the Texas Tech, West Virginia? Hey, Bobby, again, you go to the well with the craziest game. Where is that? Texas Tech, West Virginia. Well, first we got to see where the game's at because we know Texas Tech can't do anything on the road. West Virginia actually beat Pitt last week, which was shocking. Let me see. Where is it? Texas Tech. Where is it? Did I miss it? Texas Tech is what, 754 at West Virginia. They're the over team with the kind of a weak defense. West Virginia is a B team with a very good defense. We saw what happens with Texas Tech, Wyoming. West Virginia does not have good offense, but they have good defense and at home. I like West Virginia at home here. Probably getting the 13. There's just something about this the Big 12 is where's the game at? If this was at Texas Tech, they'd kill them. It's at West Virginia. They just beat a good Pitt team. So Texas Tech couldn't go to Wyoming and win. So I like West Virginia here. Yeah, West Virginia. So let's go through some college. We got the 21st. So Thursday, Coastal Carolina, 6.5, 62.5. McCall is going strong. We've got Georgia State is a B team with an even defense, so they give up 25. Coastal Carolina is playing A ball now, a very strong team, laying 6.5 at home. You got to go with McCall here. Another guy better than Sanders. I think you go with McCall. Even at home, Georgia State doesn't have that strong defense. So let's look at the better defenses, Coastal Carolina. Then we go to Friday. Yeah, this Big Ten Friday bullshit. We got Wisconsin at Purdue. Wisconsin owns Purdue. Even when Drew Brees was there, I remember betting Drew Brees at home against Wisconsin, and some guy knocked the ball out of his hands late. Purdue's winning. Wisconsin wins the game. They sack him, fumble him, get a touchdown. You always play defense over offense, and that's what you got here. Now do we go over with Mordecai? Wisconsin. What did Wisconsin do last week? They went over with Washington State. We had it. And then we got Wisconsin last week against Georgia Southern, 35-14. They play a 49. Georgia Southern was a very good team. They're an A team. Is Wisconsin's defense now playing? They will put up in the 30s. Does Purdue score on them? They should score a little at home. 54. Maybe you go over 48. Scared to death to take Purdue here against Wisconsin. They just don't play them well. So I don't know what to do there. Probably over, but I don't know. I have to think about that more. I got to look at Purdue's quarterback. They are an over team. And again, they played Fresno State 39-34, but Fresno State does not have this Wisconsin defense. NC State 9.5, 46.5 over Virginia. Virginia's a W. NC State's a B team. Now, keep in mind, when I'm giving my ratings, it changes during the year. And because they play the high school teams, as was pointed out, Nevada was a Z team based on what they played. But I think they played USC and got beat 70-0. So that blends. Now, you count it because it's USC, but as you go, you blend it in. Kansas didn't play like USC. So keep in mind, these are numbers that will tweak, but we can't use last year's because of all the transfer portals. This is the best we got. So we try to eyeball. All right, we know Wisconsin went to Washington State, so we got a feel of Wisconsin. We got a feel of Washington State, of Oregon State, USC. We know Utah. We know Florida, Tennessee. We're trying to figure out. TCU, good offensive team. BYU, we're learning. They went to Arkansas and won. They're a pretty good team. I like Slovis. So we've got to relearn all the teams. That's why the first few weeks are critical to figure them out and look for the better teams, not the high school teams. When they beat a high school team 52-0, we don't learn shit. But if they lose, put it this way, we only learn is if like Nebraska loses to North Dakota State 21-20, we learn Nebraska sucks. Now we already know Nebraska sucks, but now they've went to this new quarterback, Heinrich Himmler. They go to Heinrich Himmler as their quarterback, and he looked pretty good. So I didn't understand that spread being 12 points, and they won by 20. And I'm like, I didn't bet the game, but I'm like, so here's where you got this early, the new quarterbacks coming in because the coaches are too stupid to realize what they have until there's an injury or the quarterback's so ineffective that they bring in the other guy and he lights it up and you're going, Coach, didn't you know you had this guy for 3 games? But that's how bad they coach. So again, Virginia looks bad. They don't have a defense. NC State, we know, has a good defense. Pretty good team. They played Notre Dame like 41-20 or something, and a lock we had with Notre Dame -1. So here NC State should be able to hold Virginia because Virginia doesn't have much of an offense, provided they don't change quarterbacks on us. This is the problem in college. All of a sudden, they'll bring in the running quarterback kid, or they'll bring in Van Dyke, or they'll bring in a Rising in the middle in week 4, and you're like, why the fuck hasn't this guy been playing? So Virginia sucks. I mean, as far as I know, they sucked, but we'll see as of now. Air Force, 3.5 over San Jose State. Air Force is an A team. We saw them kill San Diego State, I believe, last week. San Jose State's had it rough playing USC and Oregon State and getting their ass kicked. They still scored points on them, and they're a home dog to Air Force and over under 46.5. Air Force, just mass running attack that apparently this new quarterback is a real strong runner. And he's lighting up. San Jose State with Corbero, we know he's a good quarterback. I'll be shocked if Air Force shuts this team out. Again, they played USC and Oregon State and put up some points. So, they see Air Force every year, so this should be a little different. Boise, San Diego State. Boise, weak defense so far, but they played a tough they played at Washington. San Diego State played UCLA. And San Diego State's still an under, even though they played UCLA. And Boise isn't really scoring. Now, Boise is a 7-point favorite here. I'm a little surprised by that. Here, superficially, I like San Diego State as a home dog, but their quarterback really sucks. Maybe it's an under game, but these over-unders are getting more tweaked. It's 45. Bobby's A&M against Auburn. So it's a Bobby versus Bobby game. Both teams are A, but Auburn beat Nass, and A&M lost to Miami. But statistically, there's still A teams. The over-under is 52. I would think this would be high scoring based on the A&M Miami game. They couldn't stop Miami. They're not going to stop Auburn. Auburn ain't going to stop A&M if Miami couldn't. So this looks like a very good over bet. A 52 over 46 in this game seems like a joke. Just basing A&M on the Miami game, because Miami is a good defense. They played an 80-point game. Now Van Dyke was on fire, and Peyton Thorne, the Michigan State quarterback, is the Auburn quarterback. We'll see what he does. But the question is, how good is Auburn? And we know A&M. We've at least seen them against Miami. Kentucky 14 over Vandy. Kentucky, an under team. They got a great defense. Vandy is an over team, but they played Hawaii, and I think they played UMass or somebody. So we have no idea who Vandy is. We do know who Kentucky is a little bit. Good defensive team. Army and Syracuse, very tight game. Both teams are A teams. Army just went to UTSA and lit them up. Except for that first week against Lou Monroe, Army's been scoring. The quarterback looks very good now that he's getting a feel of the offense. Syracuse is lighting up everybody. Over under this game's 50. I think this is an over 44. I'd be shocked if this, because Army's scoring. They're not just running option. Their quarterback's throwing the ball 20 times a game for 200 yards. And very hard offense to stop, as we know. Syracuse is playing strong ball, scoring a lot. This should be an over. And now we're on Saturday. That was the first Saturday game. VTech and Marshall 541, another low total. Marshall is a very strong under team, and so is Virginia Tech. Neither of these teams scored 20 points in the game. This should be under 47 by a mile. Marshall, very, very strong defensive team the last few years, and this Virginia Tech. Tulsa, a W team. Now they just got their ass kicked by Oklahoma, 100-0. Northern Illinois just lost. They beat at Boston College, which was a good win, and then Nebraska beat them. They had some turnovers. They had trouble with Nebraska's defense. Tulsa, no defense, but Oklahoma put up 100 on them. So you're not going to look like you have a good defense when that happens. And Northern Illinois doesn't score a lot. So this is a real tricky one here. I'm gonna pass on it. Now here we got Oklahoma 14-60 against Cincinnati. Cincinnati lost to Miami of Ohio. As I told you, they're 5 miles apart, and it's a rivalry like Colorado State. You tend to get closer games, apparently. Shocking that Cincinnati beat Pitt and then loses, but then Pitt loses to West Virginia. So now you're like, oh, how good is Pitt? How good was that win? I think Oklahoma takes care of business on them. Lane 8, the way they're going, I think their defense is outstanding so far. Again, they haven't played anybody. So this will be their first test. Now, Cincinnati is in the Big 12 now. So is UCF. So is Houston. So is BYU. They're all in the Big 12, getting ready for Oklahoma and Texas to leave. They're like, we're fine. We got all these Texas schools. And now we brought in the 4 good Conference USA teams. So, again, it's a conference game. I think Oklahoma -8 is a good play here. Over under 60, I don't know. I don't know how strong. First of all, I don't know how strong Oklahoma's defense is. We'll get a good test. Since he's got the Louisville coach now that the Cincinnati coach went to Wisconsin, the Louisville coach, who's a much better offensive coach, brings in a much better offense. So I think it's take Oklahoma, lay the 8, and off you go. I don't know that Oklahoma's. I'm not quite sure they're not a very strong defense this year. Again, this is the Clemson defensive coordinator, and he's bringing it. So also look for Oregon with the Georgia defensive coordinator to start playing Georgia ball. So we will see. But I think Oklahoma definitely beats them. Rutgers and Michigan, this takes me all of 2 seconds, over under 45, go under. I mean, like the Georgia Michigan plays 35-0. And if the total is more, then, if you can get more than under 40, then take it. And here 45 goes to 51. Rutgers, good defensive team, no offense. Michigan, good defensive team and no offense. So you got to just keep playing them under, just like you keep playing Georgia under. If you lose, you lose, but you're going to win 19 out of 20 of them. Florida State, Clemson. Florida State, 2.5, 55. And we know how good Florida State is. They beat Bobby's LSU team. However, Clemson is starting to play a little bit better, beating – who did they beat last week? Clemson kicked somebody's ass. Clemson. They beat Florida Atlantic 48-14. So they're starting to get together. Florida Atlantic's not – what do I got Florida Atlantic as? Florida Atlantic, after that ass whipping, I have them this week as a weak offense and a 25 defense. So not a great defense, but again, Clemson seems to be playing Florida State, they got to win at Clemson. It ain't easy. I'm tempted to take Clemson as a home dog. This isn't the play you take Florida State in, as I tried to teach Bobby the first week when he wanted LSU over Florida State. And I said, this game's even, take the dog. This game's also even, take the dog. Clemson did lose to Duke, my Duke team. And Riley Leonard is not really, maybe he's a running quarterback. I didn't think he was a running quarterback. I think he's just a good quarterback. I'll be shocked. This should be a very good game. I think Clemson's got it going now. I don't know. Again, sometimes when you lose that first game to Duke, it pisses you off. Like I was expecting Kansas City and Buffalo last week, which they did get the win. So it's a tough one. Over under 55. Do we dare go over or under? Do we go over? Keep in mind, Florida State picked LSU's guy 3 times, which led to the points. So if you get the picks, you get the overs. Are they going to pick Clemson? I know their defense is going to be tough on Clemson. The better quarterback's Florida State. The better coach, Florida State. The better defense, it's a pretty much of a toss-up right now, because even when they lost to Duke, it was 28-7. I think it's a pretty close game. Both teams with strong defenses. At Clemson, though, it's going to be hard. Florida State's not going to just roll here at Clemson. I'll be surprised. But hard to say over or under right now. But both teams are A teams, and therefore it's take the dog. But we'll see. SMU against TCU. TCU laying 7-63. Statistically, both teams are A, but I don't believe it. SMU, they played Oklahoma 28-11. You tell me. I don't understand half these scores. 28-11. They hold Oklahoma to 28, and they score 80 last week on Florida Atlantic. Does SMU have a fucking defense for the first time in history? TCU laying 7. We know how explosive they are, and at home, and TCU beat a good Houston team. What you gonna do? 7-63. Both teams have SMU's got a hell of a defense. They're holding Oklahoma to 28. I'll tell you that. TCU normally is a big scoring team with the coach. They score a ton of points. I don't know. I can't go over 63 with this SMU defense, which apparently they must have if they held. They are an under team statistically. They both are under defenses statistically. So I don't know. I don't know about over here. What normally would be an easy lock over 63. Not now until we figure out this mess. This is our problem this year. You've got SMU 28-11 to Oklahoma. And the over-under is a 70 on the game, and we didn't bet it, but it was like, what the fuck's going on? So, again, we can only watch and see, is SMU really got this defense, and just be patient with these. TCU, we know what we got. We got an explosive offense, decent defense. How they lost to Colorado is a mystery, but I don't see that happening here. I think TCU gets the win. I don't know if it's over or under at this point. Western Kentucky and Troy. Western Kentucky just lost to Ohio State by 100. Troy lost to my James Madison. Quite the pick there. James Madison is the dog last week. Problem is I had him with Kansas City over. How did that game not go over? So Troy is, I think, 3-56. Western Kentucky is a very good team. Troy, neither team has a defense. Western Kentucky did have a defense till last week, and Troy is a pretty good over team. I think this is an over 56, over 50. Both teams can score, and I don't see strong defenses coming out of it. Western and Toledo. Toledo minus 20. Toledo's the A team. They're the ones that lost to Illinois 30-28, which looked good at the time. Western is the Z team. They just got beat by Iowa. They're no offense, no defense. Gotta love Toledo here, minus 20 at home. They should light it up and over Western. And I believe Western is a real Z team. From what I'm seeing and who they played, I do think they are a Z team. Georgia Southern 6-60 against Ball State. Georgia Southern A team played a big over with UAB. Ball State's a W. Not a lot of scoring, no defense. So this should be an easy Georgia Southern game. -6, take them even. This makes sense. Taking the A team against the W team. And yeah, Ball State got crushed by Georgia last week. So yeah, looks good. Oh no, that was 2 weeks ago. They got crushed by Michigan last week, I think. Tech in Nebraska. Okay, what the fuck's going? We got Heinrich Himmler playing for Nebraska now, quarterbacking yet. Hey, Nebraska's lane 20. This is the team that couldn't win a game. They're lane 20, over under a 47. Tech is an over team. We don't like the quarterback because he's the Backenmeyer from Boise, who sucks. So what do you do with Nebraska? They're an under team. We know they have a good defense. They played good defense to prime, and they held them like 22 points. And but I don't get the 20-point favorites. Tech probably won't score much, but you don't know. So I don't have a clue with Nebraska and Heinrich Himmler now. Duke against UConn. Gotta love Duke in this game. Laying 21. UConn's very bad. W team, not much defense. Duke is Duke. Beat Northwestern by 30. Beat Clemson. They are the good hidden gem here. Laying 21, lay 15. Not a problem. Bobby Bow. Nebraska needs to pack their gear bags and go buy gold and silver because their season. I don't know. They beat a good Northern Illinois team last week. Again, so we got to make a check for Duke and make a check for Georgia Southern and Toledo and Troy, Western Kentucky. We go over. SMU, TCU, and Florida State, Clemson. We'll see. Okay. Where are we at? Ohio and Bowling Ball Green. Ohio is 12. They're an under team. They don't score. That's why I locked them with Iowa State last week. Iowa State can't score, and Ohio doesn't score, and it was a 10-7 game. It was a beautiful lock. That's exactly what I wanted. But now you got an under against Bowling Green, who's also an under team. So the over-under of 46 must be played under. That makes sense because neither team can score. I bet both teams they're obviously under 20. Ohio with a good defense. Bowling Green, not bad defense. And like I said, they've either played Georgia or Michigan, so this ain't going to scare them. But Ohio doesn't have anything. This is definitely under 52 is a joke here. Absolutely. Bobby. Alabama 755 against Ole Miss. I got Ole Miss winning the game. I don't know. Milrose can't find the field. Too many interceptions. The backup was horrible. Couldn't coach a high school team. So then they go to the third stringer. And he ain't Joe Namath either. Ole Miss can score. This is an A team, good defense. The better team here is Ole Miss by a mile, not even close. Alabama beat a real. I mean, I love this game. Alabama beat a real tough. Who'd they beat? They beat a real tough South Florida team, 17-3. South Florida stinks. South Florida is an over team. Okay, they held them to 3. You got 17 points on an over South Florida defense. So they beat them by 14. How in God's name are they going to beat Ole Miss by 13 points with these quarterbacks. So you can't use your Speedy Gonzalez receivers because your quarterback can't throw the fucking ball 20 yards. I gotta love Ole Miss here. I mean, they are a good team. Dart's playing well, and if they have to go to Spencer Sanders, the other Sanders from Oak State, they got him as reserve. They got a good defense. Alabama, we know, has a good defense, and we know they don't have an offense. You might even think of going under because it's under 61. How's Alabama going to score? Where are they? They got 17 on South Florida. Where are they going to score? So I don't know that taking Milrose out was a good play when you're bringing in a guy who's terrible. So Milrose is your best, and he throws the ball away too many times. So you've got to go to the backup who both suck. What are they doing on Alabama? Can anybody answer that? How Alabama recruited these bozos? They can't even complete 10 passes in a game. Oh, my God. But you got to – I don't know what I like more, Mississippi in 13 or the under 61. Because Alabama's going to bring their defense. Not a problem. They're not going to score. Ole Miss going to score. I mean, I like both of them. This is a 13 and an under. I'll have to dig in a little bit more, but absolutely both ways there. That's a tough one, but I think Saban lets another loss happen. There's no question in my mind that Ole Miss beats them. I wouldn't be. Well, I would. LSU is going to beat them. Auburn could beat them. Texas A&M is going to beat them. I mean, they're lucky they beat fucking South Florida last week. Hey, Real D, how are you? Another week, more games, more picks. So yeah, I think Mississippi gets the win. I don't get the 13 points. That's huge. Florida Atlantic against Illinois, a real strange game here. Florida Atlantic, no offense. Well, they got murdered last week. Decent defense, 25 defense. Illinois is now a W. They're not scoring, and their defense is not what it was last year. Last year, they gave up 12 points a game. Not this year. They're probably they're about 28-29. Like I said, Toledo played a 30-28. Kansas lit them up for a 37. So they're not this tight defense. Florida Atlantic, an under team. So neither offense is any good. The defenses, both kind of suck. The over-under is 47 because both offenses suck. Next, Louisville, an A team, minus 1354 to BC, who lost to Northern Illinois. BC shows as an over team, but I think one of them's a high school game because against Northern Illinois, they didn't score a lot. Let's see. Do we have a score from last week? Did they? Florida State. Now, what the fuck happened here? Florida State goes to BC and beats them 31-29. Anybody at all understand that one? Because if you do, let me know. This is a 25-point favorite. Over under a 46. They play a 60. So how bad did Vegas have this one? I circled Florida State. I didn't bet it, but I didn't want to lay the 25. So now let's look at Florida State Clemson again. Do we really think they're going to kill Clemson after this score against BC? Did they switch quarterbacks to the running quarterback? I think they did. I'll have to look into that. So all of a sudden, BC's playing Florida State like that makes this game an over against Louisville. Louisville can score, but if BC's going to light up Florida State, for Christ's sake, they're going to light up Louisville. So that's why I got them as an over for what they did to Florida State. That's really how you got to grade the teams, right? All of a sudden they're at home. They get Florida State. They should get their ass kicked, and they lose 31-29. And now you're scratching your head going, what the fuck happened here? Probably switch quarterbacks. That I'll check. And what are you going to do? I mean, so if they can do that to Florida State, they can certainly do that to Louisville, who does not have a great defense, and Louisville can score. So this turns into an easy over at 48. It's a joke. UMass 3 over New Mexico. This is unbelievable. Both teams are over. Neither team's got a defense. New Mexico's scoring more than they usually do. Over under 49. This has got to be an over. But can either teams, I mean, New Mexico State, our buddies beat them pretty good last week. What was it, 17-7? It was 27-17 New Mexico State. That was a 44. We know how bad New Mexico State's defense is. I don't know. I mean, but both teams are registering over. But UMass's quarterback, the option guy, got hurt. So I don't know if he played. What do you do with New Mexico? How do you bet a New Mexico UMass game? You've got to be out of your mind. Let's see. Texas Tech, West Virginia, Bob, we already asked. We got Texas Tech and over offense with a even D. So they score 30, give up 27. West Virginia, B team, fairly good defense. Beat Pitt last week at home. We like them against T-Tech. See, it's hard because with T-Tech, you go, oh, they got this great offense, and you get scared of them. The problem is they have a terrible defense, but West Virginia doesn't have an offense. So it's almost an under game, but I think at home, West Virginia in 13 should be good, but we'll see. Miami against Temple. Miami 24. We got Van Dyke going against God knows who. Miami's an A team. You saw what they did to A&M. They're for real. Van Dyke's having a great year. Temple is an under team. The Temple, I think, played last week. We got a score on Temple. Let's take a quick look. The Temple. I don't see them. They must have played Division II. Yeah, I don't have them. No, not last week. Well, we think Miami should kill them. Just Van Dyke going all over the place. Laying 18 is a big number on the road. I always fascinate myself, like I take Texas to kill Rice and they don't, and then Oklahoma and somebody else puts up an 80, and I'm going, well, why didn't I play those games? Because it's the same concept. This powerhouse playing a weak team, laying the 30, and it's just take your choice. Same thing last week. I get Notre Dame, and then I say A&M should be good after the law. A&M wins by 60. Oklahoma wins by 80, and I got Notre Dame not covering, and it's very frustrating. That's the biggest problem I'm having now is my choice. I like 10 games, and I'm picking the two losers out of the 10, and it's like, fuck. All right, so Miami, I think, is good against Temple. No offense. Man, we got Van Dyke, 18. We'll see. Again, who do they got next week? I know they got to play Florida State, but I think that's later. Coach Prime against Oregon, laying 21, over under of 69. Well, we know Colorado's got no chance. There's no fucking way they're winning the game. So they're going to score, but how much are they going to score on Oregon when they could barely score on Colorado fucking State? See, once people see the film on them and they realize what they're doing, and then they realize if they blitz them, they will fold. And I think that's what it is. Colorado does not have the defense to stop Oregon. They're laying 21. If If you think it's going to be close, you go over the 69. Oregon's going to put up at least 50 points in this game, just like last week. They played Hawaii. We got all our points from Oregon. Same thing here. Oregon's going to be good for 50. It's a tough over. Are we going to get all the points from Colorado? They couldn't do it against Colorado fucking State. And they're on the road, and it's Oregon, and they don't have a chance. I mean, this is going to get ugly. The question is, are they going to score? I always get scared because Oregon just lights you up. They beat Hawaii 55-10. So let's go with that score, 65. But we should get the over in this game. Colorado should be able to get us 10 points. Oregon's going to get us 50 because Colorado ain't going to stop this team, especially at home. Temple is a joke. Yeah, I don't say Temple's good. I do like Van Dyke, so I do think Miami's good there. Bobby, I think Prime can cover the points, or should I just tease the over? I think you just answered your question. You really think he's going to cover the 27? Or do you? Because if he does, then it goes over because Oregon's getting 50 points. So if you think 50 minus 27 means Colorado gets in the 20s, then you got a 70. So if you think he's going to cover, go over. Because ain't no way they're stopping Oregon under 50. Is Oregon better than TCU? Yeah, by a mile. And they played TCU early, but yeah, it's they're much better. I do think the over of the year is next week, USC and Colorado. USC, UCLA, and USC, Oregon, and USC, Washington, and there's a whole bunch of them coming up, Bobby. The whole Pac-10, basically. Yeah, but the problem there is so let's say they go over 70 with Colorado, Oregon. What do you think the over-under is going to be against USC? It's going to be like 75. That's the problem with it. You're not getting – that's why I like the Georgia games in the 50s and I go under versus the Iowa game in the 39s. I mean, it's – that's what I like finding is that 50-point under or the 50-point over, because then it's over at halftime. I do think the over of the year is next week. It's a good one. I'm still waiting on the Oklahoma getting points from Texas. That's my lock of the year. Oklahoma's going to just be on fire in that game. So I think you got to go over here. I don't know if we think it's like the TCU game, but I don't know. It was the first game, and it was 100 degrees. TCU wasn't blitzing. I guarantee you Oregon blitzes them, and I guarantee you Prime hasn't seen anything like this at Oregon. They are going to put up a 50. If this game is 28-10, I'm quitting, okay? Colorado has no defense. If this game is 28-10, I'm quitting. Okay, just so you know. Mary 7 over MSU with the new coach. They got buried by Washington, 45-7 or something like that. I bitched about not locking Washington last week, knowing the Michigan State coach was fired. How I didn't play that one, it just blows my fucking mind. Mary 7 against Michigan State, 53. It looks like Mary can score. Michigan State sucks. No pressure on the quarterback. Not a lot of defense. I don't like Maryland on the road as a favorite, though. It's not the right team to do this on, so I'm going to pass. Here we go. UCLA, Utah. Utah 4.5, 51. Obviously, no Cam Rising. Now, if we see the line go to 7, Cam Rising's playing, then we go over. The over-under right now is 51. UCLA found a new quarterback. Not the one they started with was Garbers week 1. But they switched to this other guy from Detroit who's one of these fast, but he can throw the ball. And look out there. Utah with a strong defense. UCLA is playing fairly good defense. Remember, UCLA played that game against Coastal Carolina, and it was under. I think this game is an under, actually. I think this is under 57 is a very good play. I mean, again, they held Coastal Carolina. They played San Diego State. They're not going to score much on Utah. Utah has the Georgia defense here. Lights out at Utah. Do we fuck with UCLA in 10.5? Well, the Utah quarterback sucks. UCLA's is a freshman, his second game, and he's got to go to Utah. He's going to be it's going to be unnerving. I think this is a good under. Now we got to wait till we hear about Rising, because if Rising plays, we can't go under. But right now, Utah and the New York Jets are the same team. This great defense with no quarterback, and the Jets are this great defense with a decent. Zach Wilson's not terrible, but Dallas makes you look bad. So you've got the exact same teams, these great under teams. UCLA, we think's an over team, but is not playing over like under with San Diego State, we thought. Under with Coastal Carolina, are you kidding me? So they hold McCall to nothing. So they are playing strong defense. I liked it under in this game. BYU, Kansas. This isn't even close. Kansas 9.5. An A team, kind of. BYU and an A team. BYU beat Bobby's Arkansas team. Hill made Jefferson look like he's normal, which Bobby didn't like. Kansas is an over team, really. Their stats might say they're an A team. They did beat Illinois, but I don't see them blowing out BYU. Not the way BYU's playing. I like Slovis, the quarterback. They seem to have a decent defense. I think this line's a joke. I think it should be about 3, 9.5. Yeah, take BYU there. Oak State, Iowa State. You don't even have to ask that one, Bobby. Under against under. Iowa State plays a 10-7 game last week, and I think they're going to play a 10-7 game this week. Go under with Iowa State. Just they don't score, and you cannot score on that defense. They have some scheme in there that it's just you can't score on it. I don't care if you're Oklahoma, Baylor, Texas Tech. You do not score on Iowa State's defense, and Oak State is in trouble this year. No quarterback. They're playing defensive ball also. There's a beautiful under. Let me blue it so I can not forget it. I'm actually looking at the games for the first time intently with you guys right now. But I like doing this. This really helps me. Louisville, BC. Ole Miss. Oh, my God. Bowling Green under. Duke. Georgia. Toledo. Michigan under, Iowa State under, Georgia under. All right. What do we got here? Hey, Greg and John, how are you today? I don't think the over of the year, okay. Oak State always seems to embarrass themselves every year. Well, they had a good quarterback, Spencer Sanders. He gets hurt near the end. They're right in contention. They get buried by Oklahoma every year. This year they don't have the quarterback. They're like Alabama and Ohio State. Well, Ohio State, we'll see if they got the quarterback. Alabama does not have a quarterback. All of a sudden, they're a mortal team. And Oak State, any of these teams that have these horrific offense, these really strong offenses, when they don't have a quarterback, they're nothing because they need the quarterback to hit the receivers and get it all going. Without the quarterback, they can't do shit. Look at Alabama. Bobby Bowe. Bobby Bowe's in the house. Absolutely. Bobby Bowe. So I like that game under UTSA, Tennessee. Tennessee's 20 and do I got 36? No, it's got to be 56. Yeah, it's got to be. Tennessee, if it's 36, we're mortgaging the gold to bet over on this game. UTSA, Frank Harris has been injured. I don't know if he'll be playing or not. They look terrible. Although they did score some points on the Army last week. They made it 37-29. And they got Tennessee at Tennessee, lane 20. I like Tennessee all day here. Now, if Frank Harris plays, I'm not sure. They started the score last week, so this could go over with Tennessee. We know they're going to light up UT. If Army lights up UTSA, Tennessee's going to light them up. Greg or John, you can have my autograph anytime you want it. Todd, Iowa State at home under Oklahoma State, very bad team, must win for. I don't know about a must win, but I know it's an under because they don't score. Bobby, I agree with you, Professor, but at least Bama puts up a fight in their losses and lose to top teams like Texas. Oak State got killed by South Alabama. Yeah, absolutely. Oklahoma State at Iowa. It's Iowa State, not Iowa. Oklahoma State, Iowa State. The real D, what's up with the NFL running back all getting hurt? What's the coincidence? They're all fixed. It's all on the thing. Who got hurt? Which running backs got hurt are we talking about? I got to go through the injuries. Haven't gone through those yet. Haven't really looked at the NFL yet. I got to pull my stats because of the stupid 2 games on Monday night. So now I got to wait till Tuesday to pull my stats and my quarterbacks and look at it like that. So it's just fucking, there's too many fucking games. I mean, there's 2 games on Monday night and a Sunday nighter. Like, what the fuck? And a Thursday. So that's 4 games that are out of the normal Sunday loop. That's our first problem. These teams belong and like the rhythm. Every Sunday at 1, 4, they play. Now you got them playing Thursday. You got them playing Sunday night. You got them playing Monday night. Now you got 2 games Monday night. What is the point of 2 games on Monday night? One's ABC and one's ESPN, which is the same fucking network. I don't understand why you need 2 games on the same network on Monday night. What in God's name are they doing? The NFL is killing themselves. They're shooting themselves in the foot. There's just, it's like serving 5 steaks. I don't want to eat 5 steaks or even General Chow. I just want 1. I don't want 5. I don't need 5. It's too much. Nick Chubb broke his leg. Yeah, I heard he got injured yesterday. That's a shame. I hate Cleveland. I agree, Professor. If Army can light up UTSA, mean you that a chat can put a 50 on. Yeah, well, Tennessee should definitely. And you know how Tennessee is at home, and Tennessee's off the loss to Florida. I still can't believe you played that game. They're off the law. Now you play Tennessee. They lost to Florida, played Tennessee at home. UTSA looks weak. Just now you jump on. That's what you need to wait for. Who's off of a loss? We'll go through that in a minute. From last week, that is somebody that can get pissed off. Okay, Rice 3 and 56 over South Florida. South Florida, they played Alabama tough, 17-3. Are they going to be flat after that one? Rice is an over team, but they're favored 56. I think this is an easy over, Rice in South Florida. Central Michigan, a W team, but played Notre Dame fairly well, much better than we all thought. South Alabama is kind of an under team. However, as Bobby pointed out, they beat Oak State. They're laying 15 to CMU, 51's the over. I think this is an over. I think CMU put up 17 against Notre Dame. They had a new quarterback. He looked pretty good. So, again, they got 17 there. So, give them 30 on South Alabama, who can score. I'm hitting these teams, but in the wrong weeks. I had South Alabama against Tulane. They got killed. But then since then, they've been covering. Lane 15, I don't know. Is CMU flat after the Notre Dame game? Do you get really high to play Notre Dame or Alabama? Then the next week you got nothing left. Even though you lost, you're flat. Jacksonville State against Eastern. Eastern's under, and Jacksonville State's a B team. Probably an under because of the fact 2 good defenses. Apparently, Eastern can't score, and Jacksonville State is a B, so they score like upper 20s. The difference between an A team and a B team, the A team puts up 40. Like Oregon's an A team and Georgia's an A team. They put up 40, give up 10. The B teams put up 30 and give up 20. So there's a little less scoring from them. I think it's an under. Liberty. Now, Liberty's been red hot. This is a good team with the Coastal Carolina coach. Their quarterback looks strong. Playing Florida International, who's an E team. Score 25, give up 20. Liberty should light them up. I like Liberty here. Georgia Tech, Wake Forest. Georgia Tech, powerhouse scoring, over team, score a ton. Wake, B team with a decent defense, but who did they play? They did beat Vanderbilt, whoop-de-doo. So we got to really check into who Wake is beaten. We know Georgia Tech, Louisville was a 90-point game, and I'm expecting an over here. I don't see Wake Forest stopping them, and we will see. But this looks like an over, and we got to dissect Wake a little bit more. Southern Miss, Ark State. Southern Miss, a W team. Ark State, the Z team. And so neither of them have a defense. Southern Miss is a little bit better. Over under 48. How do you play teams that can't score to get over 48? But the defenses suck. As we just learned in the Houston game, you've got to play the defense, not the quarterback who sucks. So I'm going to be very leery of that for a while. So I don't know. I'm just going to pass on this. Nevada, still a Z team against Texas State, who is an over team. Nevada with no defense. Now, Kansas looked like they were sleeping through the whole game. They were running some stupid plays. Texas State at home, I think they light them up. I think this is an A team. Did Nevada find a quarterback? All right, they scored on Kansas. Maybe this is an over 53. Neither team's got a defense. Let's look between the over and the Texas State. Oregon State, Washington State. Somebody tell me why Oregon State's favored at Washington. Oregon State's a 3. They're both A teams. They both have killer defenses, which they had last year, which I thought they did. Washington State beat a good Wisconsin team at home by 10. Why are they getting points? And we all know the quarterback of Oregon State's Uglia Buglia. Is he going to go into Washington and light it up, or is he going to throw his 3 interceptions? I got to take Washington State here. And I like the under at 56, under 62. This is definitely an underplay. This defense, Uglia Buglia is going to have nightmares. He's back at Clemson because he ain't going to do shit in this game. But neither will Ward. Both teams have outstanding defense. Look for this to be low scoring. And Washington State is a home dog against Uglia Buglia. I got to take that. Oregon State at home against Fresno State or what San Jose State, okay. You going to Washington State and they're making them favorites? Are you out of your fucking mind? Not a chance. Go Washington State. They got a good fucking team. They got a good defense. They beat fucking Wisconsin at home. That's enough said. Charlotte and Florida. Charlotte is an under team. They don't score. Middle 20 defense. Florida is a B team. They just come off an emotional win with Tennessee. However, losing to Utah, they have to win. Are they rolling now? Is Charlotte can do anything? I think Florida rolls here too. I think once they get it going, they have to win. They got the lift beating Tennessee. Graham Mertz is new. He's getting used to it. Although he still sucks, but I think they should roll Charlotte. Over, under, I would have no idea. Probably an under. Charlotte probably won't score in the game. It'll probably be very they'll get 7. Florida, who knows? Are they really back? But look for the defense to score a little bit. And I just, how flat will Florida be after losing to Tennessee is the question. Arizona 10 over Stanford. 58. Arizona's a B team. Very good quarterback, DeLuca from Washington State last year. They're an under team. They played very well against Old Mississippi State. Shut the fuck up. Very good against Old Mississippi State. And yeah, they came and they took it to overtime, 24-31. I think they lost last week. No, Arizona beat UTEP 31-10. I thought they'd win by more. That was our bailout. Yeah, no, Arizona, I had them minus 13. They won 31-10. They won by 21. UTEP doesn't score, so I couldn't play it over. So 31-10 against the weak UTEP team. Here they are against Stanford. At Stanford, who's pretty weak themselves. USC beat them by 80. Arizona should have a field day throwing on them. I like Arizona in this game. As far as over under 58, Arizona actually with a pretty good defense against Old Mississippi State. Stanford skewed because they played USC and gave up 80 points. So again, if you throw that game out, but I don't know if you can, Stanford still has not that great of a defense. Does Stanford have an offense? Don't know. Again, they beat Hawaii, which us 11 can beat Hawaii. What do we got? Arkansas, LSU, Bobby. Do we need to ask you on this one? LSU 17-55. Arkansas lost to BYU. So now this is an emotional game for Bobby. He lost the LSU Florida State game. He lost the Arkansas BYU game. This game's at LSU. Arkansas, I'll tell you what I like in this game. I like the over. Brian Kelly scores points. He plays overs. Arkansas, Jefferson, they know they need to score. LSU, this is an over game. Nick Chubb, okay, Bobby. I meant me, you, and this chat can light up. Yeah, I get it, Bobby. Luke, hey, Luke, good morning. Nothing going on with gold today. I forget, quit looking at it every day. Fed meeting tomorrow, who cares? It doesn't matter. I know you don't care. When is the crash coming? Soon, Luke. Down, boy, easy, soon. Bobby, tell him the fucking hospital so Luke can relax. LSU is going to knock the shit out of Jefferson for costing Bobby Bo. Well, yeah, but they cost you the first week with Florida State. Although you did have LSU. So let's look at the LSU game last week. LSU beats Old Mississippi State, who's a good offensive team, 41-14. They play a 55. This game is LSU is 55, coincidental. Love the over here, LSU, Arkansas. Luke is paranoid about the Fed. Well, I think so. Well, you know how because he sells tennis rackets. Who knows what's in the tennis rackets? I laughed soon as I seen his comment. All right, everybody's good. Okay. Colorado State, Middle Tennessee. Colorado State over team played Coach Prime. Are they going to be flat? They didn't win, but they had an emotional game with Coach Prime. Middle Tennessee was getting beat by somebody. They're actually a 3-point favorite over Colorado State in the way they look. I like Colorado State getting 9. I don't think they'll be flat. I don't think teams like Colorado State can be flat after playing Colorado and almost beating them. See, this is where it gets difficult. And then let's say Colorado State loses by 20. You're like, fuck, Colorado didn't beat them. Because it's the emotion, right? That's the whole key is the emotion. So I like Colorado State in 9 here. Both teams have a weak defense. You might also go over, but I don't think Middle Tennessee can score enough, which makes Colorado State even a better team. App State and Wyoming. Wyoming is an even team. App State's an over team. Wyoming's a 3-point favorite. I love App State here. They are very strong. Good dog. I think it's an over team. I think it's an over in 44. App State can score. I mean, they scored on North Carolina. I don't think Wyoming's going to shut them down. even though Wyoming, they're not, they played that Texas Tech game. 30, it was a 70-point game. I think you get a similar game here. App State can score. Good quarterback. A battle of the Houstons. Sam Houston against Houston. Sam Houston, an under team, still waiting to score 30 points in the season. And Houston is a W, losing to Rice, losing to TCU. They're an over, but I don't think Sam Houston, I don't know what their deal is, how bad they are. Houston is a W. I got to get some water. Hold on. I'm hungry. All right. So what do we do with this Sam Houston fella? They play BYU 14-0. Play another game low scoring. Houston gives up nothing to UTSA. Loses to Rice 48-46 in overtime. TCU, they give up 30. I don't know how I can go under 38 with Houston. And Sam Houston does have a good defense, apparently. We'll get a better feel of him here. Here's your free pick, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Ohio State 3.5, 54. You've got to be kidding me. All right, Ohio State had an electric day against a good Western Kentucky team. They started getting guys open, wide open, a quick burst touchdown, a long pass touchdown. Now you got Notre Dame. At Notre Dame, you make Notre Dame the home dog. Notre Dame's got a very good offense. We thought they had a very good defense till last week. They got Hartman. He's like 15 touchdowns and no interceptions. Ohio State has a weak quarterback, McCord, who looked better last week. Give him credit. So both teams have under defenses, but neither has really played anybody. I love the game over 48. I think it's a joke. You're gonna see Hartman light it up, and you're gonna see Ohio State light it up. Well, not light it up, but this should be a 60-point game. This should be like 33-31. I'd be shocked if it was 17-10. Because I don't know the defenses. Notre Dame gave up 17 to Central Michigan's a joke. I can't imagine Ohio State doesn't score 30. Now, I was worried with the Indiana game, but then they got better. I love Hartman. There's no way you're stopping them. I think Notre Dame's a very live dog, a home dog getting 9.5. God knows what color they're going to be wearing. Could be green, could be blue, could be orange. They could be all in gold, Bobby. They could paint their jerseys gold with the gold helmets. You never know what Notre Dame's jersey they're going to wear. I'm betting on Hartman, and I'm betting on Marvin Harrison and those guys that at the end of the day, they score the 48 points needed. Should be high scoring. I don't want to get too caught into Ohio State, Western Kentucky, or Ohio State, Indiana, or I'm more tuned into Notre Dame Central, where it's 41-17 was a 58 with Central, who put up 17. So at the end of the day, I don't know that you can shut down Notre Dame or shut down Ohio State. So I like the game over. That's your free play. Missouri against Memphis. Missouri, kind of a E team, score in the mid-20s, give up low, but they haven't really played anybody except for Kansas State, 30-27. Memphis is a high-scoring team with a good defense, supposedly this year. Again, who did they play? So these two teams are hard because you don't know who they played. I don't know. I can't comment on this game right now. Maybe Memphis, but Iowa, Penn State. Iowa's a B team. Penn State's an A team. Over under a 40. Are you fucking kidding me? 40? Iowa played Iowa State to a 33, 20-13. This is Penn State. This is a whiteout. They're laying 14. I got a feeling Penn State -8 is the play. I think this 40 is way too. I like the game over. Absolutely. Iowa on the road, they don't really have an offense, right? Penn State's going to be tough. They'll start rolling. Over 34, Penn State's got a pretty good defense. So if we look at the West Virginia game, Penn State just dominated that game. That's back in week 1. Penn State won 38-15, 53. West Virginia is an under team. So I look for the same score. I think Penn State beats them, and I think it goes over the 40. I think you can play Iowa State under. You can play Iowa Michigan under. You can play Iowa Ohio under. You cannot play Iowa Penn State like you play Iowa State. I have not even thought about going under in this game. This is an over game with Penn State. Iowa maybe gets 14. Penn State probably gets in the 30s. I don't think Iowa's going to shut them down. Not at Penn State. At Iowa, yeah, I like Iowa in the points, but in Penn State, I like Penn State. This is very much these teams whole different mask at home than on the road. Georgia, UAB. UAB is an over team. Georgia is God. 54, under 60. There's your free play. So your free plays go over Notre Dame, Ohio State. Go under Georgia, UAB. UAB is a good offense, not much defense, but no different than Bowling Green and those guys. So you just keep Notre Dame, or, will UAB get past the 50? And how many touchdowns does Georgia get? And again, it's 60 in a Georgia game. Good weekend for a 7-leg teaser. I like a lot of games this week. Strong. Okay. Texas 14-51 against Baylor. Baylor Sharpen's still injured. So Texas minus the 14. Texas looks sharp, strong defense, beat Alabama. Okay, they had struggled with Wyoming, we thought would. Baylor's in trouble because they don't have their quarterbacks. I think Texas -8, although it is on the road in the Southwest Conference. Could be trouble. Over under 51. It's got to be an under. Baylor's not going to score, and I don't think this isn't where Texas goes wild is at Baylor. At home, they'll go wild. In the Oklahoma game, they'll go wild against Alabama. But at Baylor, I don't think they go wild. I think it becomes they get it'll be like what was the Wyoming score? 31-10. I think it's very close to that. I don't think Baylor does much. And then Texas does their thing. And, it could be an under. Texas has a strong defense. South Carolina, Old Mississippi State. Old Mississippi State. These are both even. South Carolina played Georgia a little bit. They played them for a half. Then they woke up and said, oh, shit, we're playing Georgia. Georgia got 3 running touchdowns and wins 24-14. I don't know how bad you play the next week after playing Georgia because it's physical game. They just light you up. I think Old Mississippi State's a good dog here, getting 12.5. Page 2. There's too many fucking games. I'm getting tired. Lou Lafayette, 8.5, 58 against Buffalo. Lou Lafayette's an over team. Buffalo's an over team. Should be fairly high scoring. I think 58. See, that's what I like. Go over the mid-50s, right? Not the ones that are 70, then it's a real push. But the ones in the 50s are what I like to go over and under with. Bobby, what do you think of SMU TCU? I like TCU. Didn't we talk about that? They're both A teams. Well, here's the problem with it. I think TCU -1 is probably good. What gets me is SMU 28-11 against Oklahoma, and then you see Oklahoma putting up 80 points in the other games. Does SMU have this strong defense? Although I don't think that they're going to really stop TCU at home. I agree with you, Bobby. I think TCU -1 should be a good play there. Akron and Indy. Indy -16, 44. Akron's a W team. So not a lot of offense. Indy, now they seem to be an under. They played Ohio State to 20-some points. They don't seem to score a lot. Probably an under because they don't score. They seem to have a good defense, but Akron's not going to score. Akron's a W. So you're not going to get points from Akron. You got a pretty good defense in Indiana, apparently. And Indy doesn't score much. So it should be 2 low-scoring teams, over under 50. I think that's where you go. Minnesota under and Northwestern under 11-39. Here you go. Take this game under 45. Minnesota is just, their defense is dominant and they don't have an offense. Northwestern doesn't score, has a fairly good defense. This should be an under, a very good under. I need the blue marker for this one. This is under. Ding, ding, ding. Under. What else? Yeah, Old Mississippi State looks like a good dog to South Carolina. All right, James Madison, my team from last week, -7, 52. They're the A team. Utah State's an over team. What did Utah State? What did they do last week? There's too many games. Okay. They lost to the Air Force 39-21. That was our friends play. The play the dog when the over-under is between 41 and 42 on the West Coast at 7:30 at night. And Air Force beat them 39-21. So we've got Utah State, James Madison. But James Madison is the favorite here, laying the 7 to Utah State without a good defense. I like James Madison again. What do you think of those? They're the better team. They just beat a good Troy team. Utah State, they don't show me a lot. They apparently don't have a defense. So I like the good defense over the weak defense. UCF, K-State. K-State, after a loss to Old Missouri, both A teams. UCF, Plumlee's out, their quarterback, so they're in trouble without their quarterback. Kansas State off of a loss. I got to like Kansas State. Now, keep in mind, UCF is now in the Southwest Conference. This is actually a conference game. But I like if Plumlee's out, I got to like Kansas State to come back after the loss. Howard's a good quarterback, strong defense. Normally, I mean, they lost on a 60-yard field goal by Old Missouri, so I think they're tough to beat at home. Let's put it that way. North Carolina, Pitt, North Carolina 7. Pitt just lost to West Virginia, for Christ's sake, and they lost to Cincinnati. They're both playing well defensively. North Carolina, obviously, with the better offense. I'm not sold on this May guy. He's as bad as the guy on Pittsburgh in the pros, the North Carolina Trubisky. Like, why is North Carolina's not a football quarterback factory? Lane 7 at Pitt. I'm very, very hesitant with the home dog there, so I'm going to lay that alone. Vegas over against UTEP under. Vegas lane 2 at UTEP. I like Vegas here. They'll probably bring their dice and their play poker, and it'll confuse UTEP. I have no idea. I have a hard time playing Vegas as a road favorite, but I think we can find better games. Fresno State 27-50 over Kent. Kent is a Z team. Fresno State off of a loss, I believe. I like Fresno State a lot in this game. I think they lost last week. No, they beat Arizona State 29-0. Arizona State's struggling. They're very weak. Lane 20. Yeah, I like Fresno State at home. Kent, they're gonna kill them. They're gonna kill them. Could be the lock of the day. USC 35-61 to Arizona State, who absolutely sucks. I just said they just lost to Fresno State last week at home, 29-0. What do you think USC is going to do? Now, Fresno State, good offense. I like Mikey Keene from UCF. 35 points down to 29. And they can't score. I mean, they just it's got to be USC there. It's a Bobby special. They're just going to go up and down the field and score. Arizona State can't do anything. You can't go 61 because Arizona State's not going to give you points, but you know you're going to get 50 from USC. So you got to go USC. It's a conference game. They'll blow them out unless Arizona State goes to the backup quarterback and bring in Joe Montana. Cal and Washington, both A teams, but we know how strong Washington is. Lane 21, over under 62. Love the over here. C2. Because Cal can score. Well, we got to check. Ott, the running back's questionable. If he's out, I like Washington. If he plays, I like the over. And last but not least, our New Mexico State team, an over team against Hawaii with a over team also. Over under a 58. I think this is an over. New Mexico. I think I like New Mexico State in 9. I think their quarterback. I gotta check the injury on this one. I think their quarterback might have got hurt because I saw 2 quarterbacks in the box score, and they wouldn't have taken Pavia out unless he was injured. So let's check the box score on that. So I am exhausted. Free plays: Ohio State, Notre Dame over. You got to go over with Hartman, and under in the Georgia game because it's Georgia. We always go under in it. So it's funny. I can't watch the Georgia games, but I turn it on with like 5 minutes left in the game to check the score. And I know it's 60, and I'm like, and then so last week it was like 24-14 with 3 minutes left. I go, okay, I can watch it. I think it's a winner. It's so hard to watch an under game. It's crazy because you need to get to the end. You need to get late fourth quarter. And they're in the 30s, and you're doing a 60. Over games I can watch because you're more or less just hoping for scores. And a lot of them finish in the third quarter. You got the over, and you're like, okay. What you think of SMU? Yeah. Okay, Nick, if you want, bye. Bobby, Drake May. Yeah, I agree. He sucks. I don't get all the hype. He reminded me of Michigan. Well, just because they're North Carolina quarterbacks, that, like all of a sudden they're great quarterbacks. Well, look at the guy from look at Jones from Duke is on the Giants. What the fuck? He, I mean, he sucks, but he went to the Peyton Manning camp, so they drafted him because Peyton Manning said he went to my camp, and he clearly sucks. Bobby, I like Michael Pinned. He's good. Penix. Yeah, well, he was at Indiana and he had a good year. Then the next year he sucked, and then he got hurt, and then he went to Washington. And I love the coach. DeBoer is a great coach there, and now he's playing Fresno State ball at Washington, and they look dominant. Yeah, he's good. Bo Nix is fine. I don't know what the problem with him is. Like I said, we got to get Rising back. Caleb Williams, he's in a system. I would love to see Caleb Williams at Utah because you can see these backup quarterbacks struggling at Utah. So it's not a system. It's Rising's that good. So if Caleb Williams could go to Utah and do what he's doing there, absolutely. But it's a system thing with USC and when he was coach of Oklahoma. And look at those guys. Mayfield does shit. Kyler Murray is terrible. Jalen Hurts sucks. He has his moments, but, it's a lot of him running more so. And then he's got some receivers. But those quarterbacks didn't really do much. The best quarterback, Aaron Rodgers went to Cal. Brady went to Michigan, couldn't even start. Drew Brees was at Purdue, who threw the ball a lot in a gimmick offense. Peyton Manning was at Tennessee. They didn't have a system. So that's the thing about the system, the Alabama system. And you can see when they don't have a quarterback how much they struggle. In Ohio State, you see their system. So that's all I'm saying is when you get into a system, that's your problem. Luke, Mitch could have played better than Pickett last night. Mitch who? Bobby, who's Mitch? Mitch could have played better than Pickett last night. Mitch. Yeah, under games have me staring down at the clock the whole time. The only great player to ever come out of is Michael Jordan and James Worthy. I like too. He was another classic. Yeah, well, and you're forgetting the best one, Bobby. Better than Michael Jordan. Lawrence Taylor came out of North Carolina. So don't forget LT, the real L. I love when he's LT, and then here comes LaDainian Tomlinson, and he's LT. You can't have two LTs. You got Lawrence Taylor's LT. Come up with a different name. Oh, my God, it's crazy. All right. Let's go to enough football for now. I have to absorb all this. So this is really the first look I have of college. I wrote the games down. I didn't put my spreads in because I'm trying to learn the teams enough to put a spread in. I do have them ranked based on stats, A teams, B teams, Z, W, O's, and whatever. I know Iowa State's an under, and Iowa's an under, and Washington's an over or an A. I mean, that much. Georgia, they're the best, and they got the best defense, and that. It's the how's BYU this year? Rice, South Florida. It's not something you can just pick up. So you got to really see. Like Rice is an over team. I mean, nobody knew that. They did put up a big number on Houston. They played Texas very good. So they're an over, even though they lost that Texas game 36-10. Trubisky. Thanks, Luke. Mitch could have played better than Pickett last night. Well, it was all defense, right? Their defense, they got Chubb out with the broken leg, and then they got basically just running. Yeah, I don't like Pickett. I don't get Pickett. See, that's what I don't get is like you've got all these great quarterbacks coming out this year. Why would Chicago hold on to Fields? Why would Indy hold on to Richardson? And why would they hold on to CJ Stroud? And why are they still holding on to Lamar Jackson? You could have Caleb Williams. So we'll go Bobby's talk. You could have Lamar Jackson or Caleb Williams. Is it even close? Wouldn't you take Caleb Williams in a heartbeat because he actually can throw the ball? He's 10 times better than Lamar, but yet they'll hold on to Lamar and fuck their team up by giving them all this money so you don't have reserves. So as soon as their linebacker goes down, it's some guy out of high school is going to replace him. And you've got Lamar, So I mean, that's my point. You could have Hartman, you could have Van Dyke, Penix, and you're going to keep Thurston Howell III and Joshua Dobbs. And I mean, are you even Kyler Murray? Would you rather have Penix and Bo Nix and these guys over Kyler Murray? I mean, come on. So that's the problem. They draft these guys. They hold the Fields. Why are you holding on to Fields? How long does it take for you to realize he sucks? At what point do you go, this guy sucks? And they keep him, and then here you're letting you got 10 good quarterbacks and you let them go by, and you'll never get a draft like this year's coming up ever. Bobby, Rising will be benched immediately if Williams went to Utah. I'm not arguing that point, but if they switched, Rising would be the superstar and Williams might not be. Time for some talk. Yeah, we're going to go to Egon right now. So I was looking and I saw some Egon, and we know he's adorable. This is an old one. This is 3 years ago, but it gets to the point. And let's see, I got to go. All right. This is Egon, our man out of Switzerland.
And then you have pension funds, meaning that they're not going to get any returns. Pensioners are not actually going to get their pensions in the next few years. It seems to be getting a little bit crazier. And I want to start with this idea of negative interest rates because it's so important. And we're now looking at President Trump getting ready to run a re-election campaign, essentially putting pressure on the Federal Reserve openly to give him, as he said it.
Don't worry about the politics shit.
Money. I want some of that money. And people are starting to applaud and clap and cheer when he says this stuff. How dangerous is this for people who have savings? Well, for the people who are saving, it means that it's not worth saving. And since it's not worth saving, you can't invest either, because in the old theories, when you actually use savings equal investments, and that means that people had to save for the economy to grow and to invest. Now it's a totally different theory. We've broken all laws of nature, all laws of supply and demand by just printing money and now also making it absolutely free. So you print money first, and that is free in itself. You print money out of thin air, and then you make it free. So, which means that all this money is totally worthless. This has been my theory for quite a long time, and I see where it's going. If the money has no value, then that means that the assets that this money support has no value either, or a much lower value than they're at now. And this is why we, in the next few years, are going to see an implosion of debt at some point, and an implosion of the assets that this debt has supported. And in the meantime, yes, savers are going to suffer dramatically because they can't earn any money, and it's not worth saving. And then you have pension funds, meaning that they're not going to get any returns. Pensioners are not actually going to get their pensions in the next few years, in my view. Also, as you know, pension funds have three main assets, which is stocks, bonds, and property, and a few alternative investments. These three
assets are what we have talked about, you and I, many times,
Yeah.
and what you talked about in your presentation also. I mean, these are bubble assets, and these are all assets that stocks and the bonds and the property that are going to crash at some point. It will probably stop, as I see, with the stock market crash, and then eventually, we talked about negative interest rates, and Trump now talking about pushing them down to also negative, and putting pressure on the Fed. That means that we've had 17 trillion, now we have 13 trillion in negative interest rates, but that will probably increase if the US does it. You're going to get tens of trillions added to that. I don't know if they will actually achieve that, because the biggest risk in the world to me is the debt and the implosion of the debt.
So what is it that is difficult, do you think, for the average person to understand about this? Because it's clear that you can't just print money and hand it out. I mean, that should be instinctively obvious to everybody, because we have all grown up in a world, at least, where you have to work to be paid a salary.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're seeing the other end of the pendulum here, and in the US, we're talking a lot about socialist type policies in the run up to the next election. We're seeing universal basic income being touted as an idea here in Europe. We're seeing modern monetary theory, which essentially says that governments can print as much money as they want, as long as there's no inflation. Is this just the pendulum getting too far one way? And if so, how does that begin to swing back the other way? How do people start to understand what's going on here?
Well, sadly, people are never going to understand it. As we said, savers, it's no use saving. So people are borrowing instead. So most people have debt, because saving, that's gone out of fashion totally, because you can't, as I said, get any return. So people are now borrowing money instead. They're borrowing on credit cards, they're borrowing on car loans, they're borrowing on student loans, they're borrowing on their houses. You take here in Zurich, I mean, housing is incredibly expensive. And you know why? You do know why, because it's because of the interest rate. You can borrow 10-year money here at 1%. 10 years at 1%. Yeah. I mean, that's free money. It's like you don't even count the cost of the money. So that means that if the bank is willing to lend you a big multiple of your income, you can buy a very expensive house. You buy a house for a million Swiss francs, and you only pay, and you don't get much for that in Zurich.
Right.
But if you pay a million Swiss francs, you pay for a house, it's 10,000 interest per year.
Yeah.
But then but the rental market is such, so that house would still, or that apartment would cost you 30,000 at least in rent, or 35,000.
Yeah.
So you see, there's already an imbalance. Something is wrong there. You can't have if you rent and pay 30,000 and pay 10,000 if you buy. So people sadly, how is this going to swing back? It's not going to swing back. Sadly, not in an orderly way, because you take the U.S. for example. U.S. debt has gone up. When Reagan came to power in 1981, it was 1 trillion, and now it's 23 trillion. Yeah. It's gone up 23 times.
Now it's 33 trillion.
Increasing a lot faster. It'll probably increase by a couple of trillion in the next few years per year. And then you have tax revenue, which has gone up from 0.6 trillion to 3.5 trillion. So tax revenue has gone up 6 times, and debt has gone up 23 times. So how do you think this debt is ever going to be repaid? Well, it's not. We know that. So we're going to end up with a debt which will be a lot, greater than the world can cope with. We have already, and it's going to end badly.
But people will say that, well, I mean, it hasn't mattered here. It hasn't mattered to this point. It's gone up 23 times. Can it go up another 23 times? And what is it ultimately, do you think, that will cause reality to return?
Are you listening, Luke?
When will the first little boy shout, the emperor has no clothes? That's the question. Because it's only confidence, and confidence is really propaganda from the authorities, from the elite, from the central bankers, etc. People don't have any confidence. The normal people don't have the confidence because they don't understand it, and secondly, all they have is debt that they can never repay. In my view, what's going to change is the sheer weight of the debt. At some point, you cannot break the laws of nature forever. You cannot actually just print free money, issue free money, and charge nothing for it. In Denmark, they have the first negative interest mortgage now. It just doesn't make sense. As I said, it defies all the laws of nature. And if you have maximum debt, which the world has today at 260 trillion, and you have minimum interest rates from anywhere from negative to 1 or 2%, just doesn't add up. High debts should mean a high cost of debt. But of course, central banks and governments have broken that relationship by just printing money. But normally, if you had a free market and no intervention by central banks, and by the way, I think central banks shouldn't exist because I think they are just actually destroying the economy. But if you had a free market, then if people borrowed a lot of money, interest rates would go up, and that would regulate it automatically. Right now, we're not in that era. That's not going to happen. Central banks are not going to raise interest rates to 5%, 10%, or 20%. Remember, I was living in the UK in the 70s. I had saw 15, 17% interest rates, and I paid 21% on my first mortgage in 1974 or 75. 21%. How many people can afford that today?
Well, let's talk about this. I wanted to ask you about this because you did live through the 70s, which was the opposite end of this spectrum. We had crazy high interest rates. We had runaway inflation. And many people have said that ultimately that's how this will end up. We will see high interest rates be forced to go up because of this debt problem, and we will experience inflation. Talk a little bit about what that was like, because it's when you talk about 21% interest rates on a mortgage, people can't get their heads around that. What is it like living in a high interest rate environment? How does it differ from this?
Well, so this was in the UK. We're in Switzerland now, so this is in the UK. And it's like everything else in life. It's a gradual process, and you get used to it. Of course, the interest on my mortgage initially was probably already 14, 15% or something like that. So up to 21 wasn't that bad. We didn't start with 1 or 0,
Sure.
so made it more acceptable. But I to be honest with you, we weren't particularly concerned. My wife found an old letter she'd written to her mother back in those days saying,
"Yeah, we don't have to hear that." Anyway, this was a couple years ago. And I don't know where Alligator is. I'll have to look for some old alligators. But that's what the question you and Luke keep asking me. When? And it's as soon as everybody realizes that, what does he say? The dollar is worthless, right? And that's what I tell you. It's toilet paper. So we know that. But as soon as other people start realizing that, that's when gold's through the roof. And the problem is, if you don't have it now, you can't get it later because it's going to be so expensive. And once everybody gets off the boat, once everybody realizes the Titanic's sinking, what do? They all run to the lifeboats, and then they start panicking. And that's what's going to happen. That's what we're waiting for. So as soon as that happens, the silver, it's gone. It's basically, here it goes. You won't be able to find it. You won't be able to afford it. Well, it'll be a couple thousand an ounce. So you'll be able to afford it as you can afford gold now. But this is why when you guys ask me, well, how much do I need? It's how many times do you want to buy a $2,000 ounce for $26? I mean, it's how many steaks you want to have steak every day? Yeah, okay, that's the same answer. So what Egon's saying is the debt's going to be the end of it. Now, this is a few years ago. You can see interest rates have gone to 5%. The debt went from 23 trillion, now it's 34, 35 trillion. and they can never repay it. And it's just fucked. So as soon as people wake up and realize and stop listening to CNBC and CNN and MSNBC and all that crap, as soon as people realize that, they're going to get out of dollars. Again, that's why I call it the Titanic. It's sinking. At what point, what are you waiting for to get off the boat? And over here is this nice gold and silver boat. You can hit 20 icebergs and nothing's going to happen to it. And it's when you get off of this to that. And that's all I'm saying. Out of the banks, out of the stocks, out of the bonds. He even said out of the real estate. So, Bobby, if you want to rent a house, I think you're better off renting a damn house in Switzerland. According to Egon, you fucking you definitely get buyers. Switzerland's a very plush, wealthy country that it's very safe. So people go there, and you're dealing with more rich people who can afford your rent and aren't going to say, I can't afford it. They're going to say, yeah, well, I'm going to stay at Bobby Bo's place right on Lake Geneva. Forget the fucking Tampa Bay. You'll be on Lake Geneva at $10,000 a month to rent it out. But he said it is expensive there. So $1 million homes are pretty normal. You're in the Tom Brady network there. So again, we know the dollars, we know everything, right? We know the dollar's worthless. We know all this problem. So basically we're just waiting on it, and there's nothing we can do. That's why you don't look every day. Luke, we know what's going to happen. It's just, when does it happen? So we don't care that COMEX went down because we know COMEX is fixed. All right, let's go a little further into this. And let's see what.
Inflation was high, but then still, I mean, that was a very good return. So I think it's the mindset doesn't change overnight. It's gradual, and therefore it's like seeing your children grow. It just happens every day, slowly, and it's a process. And all of a sudden, you work as ever, you work hard as ever. You got, that's what it's all about, really. I've always had on my desk, not right now, but I had always Churchill's words: "Never give in, never give in, never, ever give in." And I think that's, if you have to have that attitude and just fight on. And I think the English as a people have that attitude. Yeah. They are a hardy people. So so it just happened gradually, and then you continue to invest, you continue to live your life, and things improved. So it is nothing dramatic. This time, I think it'll be a lot more dramatic, right? Because I think now we're coming from a massive level, a very high level of false prosperity. And that false prosperity is, as we discussed just now, the based on borrowed money, printed money. And if you just think, Grant, since 2006, when the great financial crisis started, global debt has gone from 125 trillion to 260 trillion. I mean, that is just massive. Yeah. And none of that comes from production of goods or services. It only comes from manufacturing fake money. So we haven't added anything to the wealth of the world except for fake wealth. This is what I'm saying, that when this debt implodes, and I'm absolutely convinced it will have to, then the assets will implode also to the same extent. So the process that we will see in the next few years, however long that will take, it's taken longer than I expected, because we started with 2006 to 9. The world, the financial system should have gone under then. They managed to save it. I don't think they will the second time.
So could you argue that central banks are doing the right thing in trying to keep this? Because
real quickly. So what did he say? The global debt is 260 trillion. That's a couple of years ago. It's probably over 350 trillion globally, which means every fucking country is fucked up. So it's not just the US, it's the Euro, it's the UK, it's Switzerland, it's China and Japan. Everywhere they got this, and this is the same bullshit. Like you said, free paper, worthless money. And so when you have it all over the world, imagine when people start waking up going, we're fucked. We got to get out of the dollar. And they'll start going, where can I get into? Oh, maybe real estate. Well, not in China. They've already collapsed their real estate. So they're not running their real estate. And then Switzerland and the UK and Europe and Germany, where are they running to? So, especially Germany, they're probably very aware of this from the 1920s. So it leads you only into gold and silver. I mean, there's nothing else you can go into. I know some people, Bitcoin, fuck, what's that? Real estate, okay, but it's already in a bubble. It's already very expensive. You're going to lose money in real estate because it's already gone up. But what hasn't gone up? That is money. That is an asset, gold and silver. So as people start seeing the lights are going on that, hey, I showed you yesterday $1 trillion have gone out of the banks. That's just in the US. Then you've got this whole worldwide debt and you've got to pay it back. It doesn't just go away. So they're going to have to revalue gold. That's the only really out anybody has. And this is the whole fucking world. So before in 2008, the U.S. could print money and pay Lehman Brothers and pay the guy on margin call, and he could pay Madoff, and they could pay all these people. They can't do it now. They can't. You've got all this debt already. You got 35 trillion in debt in the U.S. and 13 trillion in inflation, and you keep printing money out of thin air. That Egon says, which is what I tell you. Their only option, their only out is gold and silver. So we are 4 steps ahead of them. And that's why don't worry about it. Don't look at fucking COMEX. We know what's happening. The debt has to implode, and it's world all over the globe. It's happening. And then you've got BRICS going, well, fuck, before we implode, we need a gold standard to save us, like Zimbabwe has done with the gold. They've come out with gold coins. That's what Zimbabwe did to save them, and it saved them. It's the only answer is gold. Now, you got JP Morgan sitting there with COMEX going, let's keep the price down. Let's keep the price down. They're not going to be able to keep doing it. It's gonna blow up, and they're going to need a bigger value of gold. You're not going to be able to stay at 2,000 an ounce. You're going to add at least 1 0, if not more than 1 0 to that number. So that puts you at 20 to 50 grand easily. And once the whole world who's in this $350 trillion debt starts waking up, the whole world runs into gold and silver. Where does that number go? Because there's only a little bit of gold in reality to how many people there are, right? So there's this little bit of gold, and everybody's going to want it. And what is it? And the price goes to the moon, and the same with your silver. And to answer your question, Luke, how much do I buy? As much as you can fucking buy, because it's all, we're going to be rolling in money very soon, and it's just as much as you can buy. I mean, that's it. We are close, Luke, and that's why I'm saying you can't buy it later. You can't decide I'm going to buy silver. Now it's 2,000 an ounce. If you can find it, are you going to then buy it? But you can buy it now at the $26 an ounce. So that's why I got 600 ounces, but I want to get more gold because it's still at the end of the day, the better buy. Not that silver's a bad buy. Luke, gold, silver won't go vertical until COMEX breaks and the world ditches the U.S. Federal Reserve note, which is all happening extremely, very quickly. Professor, what's your view on a revaluation? Well, I just said they're definitely about to do it. Better buy a gun too. Well, nobody knows you have it. You don't wear a sign, I have gold. I mean, nobody knows. You don't even need a gun. Just buy buy a toy gun and just say, I got a gun. Nobody's going to question you, but nobody's going to bother you. They're going to all be at the jewelry stores and nobody's coming to you. They don't know you have it. Like I said, the guy in the parking lot says, hey, you live in an apartment. What do you have? So the mentality is we live in an apartment. We don't have anything. Let them think that. That's fine. Well, there you go, Bobby. And gold, silver, boom. Absolutely. All right, let's hear some more Egon questions.
The outcomes we're talking about here are not good, right? They're not good for anybody.
No.
Unless you have cash and reserves, in which case you'll have the opportunity to buy assets at very great prices, fire sale prices. So are the central banks doing the right thing here by trying anything they can to keep all this together?
No, they're causing this problem. They're not doing the right thing at all. I mean, they're the ones who caused it. You know, if we accepted the normal cycles, economic cycles, and the supply and demand cycles, then the economy would have tops and bottoms, but they wouldn't be at these levels. You wouldn't have these massive speculative tops that we have now, that we had 2000, and you wouldn't have the bottoms that we are going to see in the next few years either. I mean, because they have basically ruined the financial system, blowing it up to a level where there is no remedy now. So, in my view, they're doing a horrible job, and all they're doing is creating power for themselves and the few people who stand nearest the money, which is the bankers and some of the people who can take advantage of the money, the big investors, etc. Normal people are just getting more debt. They're not even aware of how poor they are, normal people, because on top of their normal credit card and housing debt and student debt or whatever, of course, they actually have, in theory, the whole burden of the global debt, that especially the national debts of all the countries that are all increasing exponentially. But people don't understand that actually they should have to repay that one day. Of course they can't, and they won't, therefore. So no, sadly, I mean, I agree with many people like Ron Paul. The central bank should not exist, in my view. Their function that they're performing is actually destroying the financial system.
Well, look, here in Switzerland, we have a Swiss bank that's doing extraordinary things. I mean, they are creating money out of thin air, like a lot of the other ones are, but then they're turning around and buying US equities with them. The Swiss National Bank is now one of the biggest hedge funds in the world, essentially. Has that really dawned on the Swiss people, who are very conservative by nature, the extent to which their central bank is perhaps corrupting the bedrock of Swiss society by doing this?
I think Switzerland as a country, I lived in many countries, and of course I am Swiss. I was born Swiss, but I was raised in Sweden. I'm also Swedish. But Switzerland politically, in my view, is still the best country in the world by far. You have this self-determination, more or less, in the cantons, and they get most of the tax money. The central government, nobody cares about. The president changes every year, and nobody cares who's the president. You have these referendums where if you have 100,000 signatures, you can change any law or implement any law, and that becomes part of the constitution. Whatever is voted on, if that's accepted, becomes part of the constitution. No government, no parliament can change that. Only another referendum, and that is real democracy. So Switzerland functions very well in that aspect, but when it comes to the central bank, I think it's scandalous. As you say, they are a hedge fund. Their balance sheet is now 20% above the GDP, Swiss GDP, and they are the biggest currency speculators in the world. So they're buying mainly dollars and euros, and they're buying some US stocks also. I mean, that is absolutely scandalous in my view. Before, Swiss National Bank used to be a conservative bank, and like all Swiss banks, but that has changed now. And now, as you say, the bankers who come in and run it are now hedge fund managers. I lived in Switzerland from 69 to early 70s. And then, followed obviously because I've always come back to Switzerland and had a place here. But when I came to Switzerland, the Swiss franc was to the dollar $1 4 Swiss francs 30. Today it's roughly 1 to 1. So that's an 80% devaluation of the dollar against the Swiss franc.
The Swiss franc was largely backed by gold.
Yeah, I mean, they had a big amount. And they have several thousand tons of gold, which sadly has also been reduced dramatically later on. And then to the pound, I mean, because I moved to the UK, it was £1 10 Swiss francs, and today is £1 1 Swiss franc 25. So the point I'm making is that, and there was no intervention by central banks. There was no money printing. There was no way, because now the reason the Swiss central bank or Swiss National Bank are doing this is to keep the currency low. They want a low Swiss franc against the euro. That's why they're selling Swiss franc, buying euro, buying dollars. But at that time, they just accepted whatever level the Swiss franc took, and that's so. From early 70s to 80s, or even to today, the Swiss franc has appreciated the whole time. But the economy has coped with it because there's been no inflation. When the UK had inflation of 15-17% and the US had high inflation in the 70s, Switzerland still had no inflation because the currency was strong. So that was the way they ran the economy then, the central bank, and that's the way to do it, because a country with a weak currency has always been a weak country. You never benefit from a weak currency as a country, I think times.
And that's the problem with the U.S., right? We have a weak currency, but as he said, it's about to go. Through the roof. Well, silver. Well, we're talking why it's going to go up. Once people realize that the dollar is out, silver goes up. Gold, silver goes ballistic. Houses, cars, because of interest rates, which is because of inflation, drop to the lowest levels in history. I imagine when the shit hits the fan, Bitcoin will not rise because Bitcoin is not an asset like gold and silver. Bitcoin's a Ponzi scheme. So why would Bitcoin go up? Are people going to run to Bitcoin or are they going to run to gold and silver? So I wouldn't count on Bitcoin to go up because it isn't really anything. Gold and silver is gold and silver, and only what you have in your hand, not an ETF's not going to go up. And the gold and silver stocks are in dollars. So really what's happening as this goes out, as this drops to zero, everybody goes into gold and silver. So I wouldn't count on Bitcoin to do anything. I don't know that they're going to run to gold and silver. I don't know. I wouldn't run to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's priced in dollars, okay? Gold and silver don't need dollars to get priced, right? I can buy a house. We've had this conversation. I can buy a house with gold. I can give you 2 ounces of gold, which is money, and you will take it. How can I give you Bitcoin? Where's the value of Bitcoin? It is in dollars. It's worth, what, $25,000 today, okay? If the dollar goes out, what's the value of Bitcoin? Can you have Bitcoin have a value in Bitcoin? No, but you can have a value of gold and silver in gold and silver. You cannot go into a Mercedes dealership and say, I'll give you a Bitcoin. He ain't going to take it. Gold and silver, he will take. That's the big difference. Gold and silver don't need the dollar to be valued. Bitcoin since it's not anything, cannot have its own value without the dollar. And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. Right, Bobby? It's not running with metals. It's not close to running with metals. Well, that's the algorithm, Bobby. Every time the dollar goes down, Bitcoin and metals increase is just the dollar going down against what? The other currencies, which are all bullshit. So I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that. The algorithm says when the dollar goes down, gold goes up, but that's really not what's going to happen. When the dollar goes out, people are running into gold and silver. It's got nothing to do with the algorithm. It's got nothing to do with the dollar. The value of the dollar drops, so you buy gold and silver because it doesn't lose its value. It's safety first, and then because it's been held down, it's going to really balloon. That's what it is. It's got nothing really to do with the dollar going down. There will be a new U.S. Treasury note, Federal Reserve note will have to convert to. I go to the coin store every week, Bobby. Well, what this is, in Austrian economic terms, is the medium of exchange. So even though you own a Picasso or the Mantle card or gold and silver with a Rolex, even though you own those things, you can't go to the grocery store with them. So this takes you to the grocery store. This pays your bills. That's the idea of this, but you don't want to print it to zero. The idea is you back this by gold so it keeps its value, because this is easier to spend than gold. That's the whole point of this. This is really to act as gold, as your house, as your car, as your Rolex. You're not going to, okay, I got a Rolex, I need to eat. I can't take the Rolex to the restaurant, so I sell the Rolex for the medium of exchange so I can go to the restaurant and go to the grocery store and pay my bills using the medium of exchange, because I can't use the asset Rolex, the asset Mantle card, the asset gold. That's the point of this, but you don't print it to zero. As he said, the monetarists, which is Reichart and Rick Rude, are both monetarists. They believe you can just keep printing. This is why I have a problem with them, because you can't. If you keep printing, as he said, the emperor has no gold. What does that mean? The emperor is naked, but nobody will tell him he's naked. And then the kid says, hey, why's the emperor naked? And then he realizes everybody can see he's naked, but nobody wants to say anything. And that's the same thing with this. You cannot print it to zero, but you must have this as a medium of exchange. You must be able to sell your assets to get this to go to the restaurants and the grocery stores and buy our Chinese food and pay our bills. You must have this medium of exchange. So yes, they will come out with a new dollar, but they must back it by gold, or it's going to go to zero like this. That's why they all go to zero, because they're not worth anything if they're not backed by gold in the first place. This has been worth zero since 1971. Okay? This is worth zero now. All the currencies in the world right now are worth zero because they're not backed by gold. That's it. That's the bottom line. Right, Mr. Stone Cold? That's it. This is worthless. You must understand that. So therefore, you're holding assets that have a value, gold and silver, that don't need money to get a value. Gold doesn't need money for value. Neither does silver. Oh, they might say it's $26. That's what it's worth, but that's not really what it's worth. We know that. It's worth 100 times more than that. So is gold. We know they're worth so much more than the real, because if they are priced in dollars, and we know the dollar's going down, why isn't the gold price going up? That's my other comment to get to 50,000. Once we get rid of COMEX and the price fixing, we know the value of gold is going to shoot to the moon and silver. Plus, then everybody runs in and panic because the Titanic's sinking, I got to get off the boat. So as they know this is going to zero, they got to get off the boat, and they're going to go, here's the gold boat and the silver boat. me and Bobby and Luke are on going, we're on this boat. We don't have a problem. And that's the boat to get on. And that's what I'm trying to tell is to get to that boat and get off of this boat. But everybody's on this boat, just like the Titanic movie where nobody moved. They're going, we can't, we're unsinkable. You know, just like the Romans. Well, we're the Roman Empire. We can't go down. And the British Empire, we can't go down. And now the U.S. Empire, we can't go down. Yeah, bullshit. You're going down because you can't keep printing the fucking money to zero. And the wrong people get in charge and they keep printing it. They're either they're obviously too stupid. They're the same as the defensive coordinators on Houston and Indy. There's the same idiots who won't blitz the quarterback. Will these couple stores buy from us at spot price when the time comes? So I think what you're saying, Bobby, so gold's now hit 40,000 an ounce. And you're wondering if I bring in my ounce of gold, will I get 40,000 for it? And the answer is yes. My contention is we're buying the ounce of gold. I don't give a fuck if it's a Cougaran, a Maple Leaf, $1. I'm buying the ounce of gold, but I'm buying it the only way I can buy it. I can't dig it out of the ground. I can't go to Newmont Mining and say, hello, I'd like to buy an ounce of gold. So they print the coins, and that's what I'm buying, the ounce of gold. That's why I don't want the, what do they call it? The proofs or the uncirculated. I'm not buying for the value of it's an old coin or, it's worth more because it's limited. I don't give a fuck. I'm buying because it's an ounce of gold. And when they do spot, the price of gold is the price of gold, right? If the spot price of gold is 10,000 an ounce, that's the spot price if you own an ounce of gold. They don't differentiate it and say, well, if you have a Maple Leaf, it's this, and if you have a Cougaran, it's that, and a Philharmonic's this, and a U.S. is that. No, it's 1 ounce of gold's worth $25,000. That's what you're going to get for it. Now, where we buy it, where we sell it is another story. We'll have to research that. Do we go to Switzerland? Can we go to our coin store? Is it U.S. that won't be taxed? Is it 1.5 ounces that won't be taxed? I believe that the fractional ones will not be taxed, and supposedly the U.S. won't be taxed. But who the fuck knows? It's not clear. And if we go to Switzerland, that's why I want 10 in my pocket. I won't be taxed. But then what are we getting with it? That's what we have to figure out. So the coins out here in Tampa won't buy? Sure they will. They should, because they will need inventory, right? So the coin store out here, yeah, they will buy. All the coin stores will buy because people are knocking at the door. So they buy now at 2,000, right? So they give them spot, which is like 1950, and then I come in and they sell it to me for 20,000 and for 2,050. So they charge me the premium. They give them at spot, but they buy it because they know I'm here to buy it from them. So they make their little $100 because they're a bunch of fucking idiots. That's the problem. So when gold hits 50,000 an ounce, I don't know if there'll be a spot and a premium. I assume it'll just be a spot. So we'll sell it for 50 grand, and then here comes somebody in and they'll pay 50 grand for it. So they make $100 or whatever they're going to make on it. But absolutely they should buy it because there's buyers, because the demand at that price, as soon as they get it, it's sold. So all they care about is selling their inventory. So if they got to pay us 2,000 or 20,000, if there's somebody to buy it, that's how they make their money now. That's how they'll make it then. I think this guy over here is already in need of inventory. He only has buffaloes and 10 out. Well, this is the point I'm trying to make clear to you guys. Once the inventory is gone, you won't be able to buy it. That's what I'm trying to hammer home. You have to buy it now while it's available and at these prices because it's as Bobby's just saying, it's not available. They can't get it. What does that tell you? Well, A, the price has to go up, and B, the inventory is gone. So the only way they're going to get inventory is when the price goes up. Like I said, I walked into my guy. He says, "Do you have any U.S. Eagle 1 ounce gold coins?" I said, "Sure, I got a bunch of them." "You want to sell it to us at 2,000?" I go, "No, I'll sell it to you at 20 grand. Why would I want to get rid of it at 2,000 when I know it's worth at least 20? I'd have to be out of my fucking mind. And I'm the professor. I am not out of my fucking mind. So that's what you're doing is you're buying you're buying low and selling high, right? And since gold and silver are manipulated and not in a bubble, that's why I'm telling you to buy those. Stop fucking around with real estate and Bitcoin and all the other shit. I'm handing it to you on a silver platter. This is where it's going, and this is not yet gone. It's still here waiting to go up. So why the hell are you guys worried about real estate? I don't understand it. You've got a sure thing with no risk. You don't have to assault the guys on Wall Street. And you're not going to get Madoff, and you're not going to get margin called. And any other movie I can think of. You have the perfect thing. How many other investments do you have no risk and you're going to make at least 100 times on your money with no risk? Name one, please. It hasn't gone up yet, but how long can JP Morgan put his fingers in the dike? He's running out. The water's coming out. He's, well, we'll keep it low. And then here comes Russia and China saying, no, you're not. We're not going to. We need the price to go up. We need to get paid for our oil and gold. But look at all the oil, but there's only so much gold. And they don't want to get $2,000 an ounce for the oil. They want to get $20,000 an ounce for the oil. It's their oil. Why would they not? Why would they want this low price? So we have a lot of help getting the price up. So our job is to buy as much inventory as we can because it's a no risk. It's a no-brainer. We have to make a fortune on it. We have no risk. It cannot go to zero. There's too much demand. And that's it. So when I argue with Bitcoin, what is the price of Bitcoin if it's not in dollars? If you can answer that question, tell me, because I can't answer that question. There is no Bitcoin price. It's not money. It's not accepted. As I said, money's got to be accepted by everybody, and Bitcoin's not. If you tried to pay me on Teaserking Bitcoin, I wouldn't accept it. Now, gold and silver, I would. And that's it. So gold does not need to be priced in dollars or silver. It's priced in gold. I can go to the Mercedes dealership with the ounce of gold, and it's now 2 ounces equals the Mercedes. I can't do that with Bitcoin, and I certainly can't do that with this shit, if they even want it. Once everybody realizes what's happening, they don't want the dollars. They're going to want the gold. But right now, as long as they can get the money and go to eat and use the money to eat, they're not really worried about it. They're like, oh, well, it still works. That's not going to last. And once that doesn't last anymore, then the panic of the Titanic sinking is what is the point. And then the only other boat is the gold and silver boat. And that's the whole point of it. That's what I'm trying to hammer home. That's what's going to happen 100% for sure. I cannot give you the date because it's as soon as the emperor has no clothes. It's when the kid says he doesn't have any clothes on. As soon as people realize the dollar's worthless, and it's becoming more and more obvious because more and more people are buying gold, more and more people see the people are getting out of the banks. The one I just showed you with the Bill Holler, the $1 trillion getting out, but they don't know where to put it. They're putting it into T-bills because that's what the Fed wants them in T-bills, and the Fed's trying to get them into T-bills, right? So the Fed needs the debt paid. So they're trying to sucker people into buying the T-bills, which buys the debt. I wouldn't buy a T-bill if they paid me. That's not an out. The only out is gold and silver, not T-bills. So this $1 trillion should go into gold and silver. But again, if you're relying on a financial planner or a stockbroker, they're going to tell you to buy stocks and bonds with it. and you're going to get fucked because that's not going to have a value either. As he said, all the assets go to zero except for gold and silver, which are money. Those assets don't go to zero. Your house, how are you going to value your house? Your house is worth $500,000. There is no more dollar. What is your house now worth? Nothing, basically. I mean, it's now got a new worth in gold. What is it worth in gold? 2 ounces, 3 ounces? That's what your house will be worth. So to answer your question, Luke, that's what you're waiting for. You buy your gold and silver, and you want to buy a new house. Here's 2 ounces of gold. The guy's going to take it because there's not going to be any other money. And you got a new house, and you don't own a mortgage on it. You bought it with gold. It's paid in full. You've got the house and nothing. How can they property tax you? How can they even value the house? Your house is valued at 2 ounces of gold. Not in this. What kind of property tax? You need dollars to pay your property taxes, but they don't exist. So you're waiting for the new currency to come out, and then for them to try to figure out how to value your house, which you bought with 2 ounces of gold. So the whole pricing system is fucked because nobody knows how to price. What do you price eggs with? And nobody knows. So yes, you must have this medium of exchange so you can sell your gold and get this to buy things. That's the purpose of this. You go work, you get this, you go buy a shirt, you buy steaks, you buy chicken, you go to Chinese. That's what this is for. And as far as this being in a debit cards are cash. You need this to use, otherwise your debit card doesn't work. It might be sitting in a bank, your $10,000 in your account, and then your debit card's linked. So all you're doing is really using it electronically. You're just not taking the money out, putting it in your pocket and giving them. But theoretically you are. You're just using the card to electronically give them the money. That is not digital. That's electronic. And it's very much needed. So that is exactly what's happening. So I think this guy over is already in need of him. Yeah. No, well, they all need him. My guy doesn't have it. The only time my guy gets gold is when people go and sell it to him. Then he has gold. I showed you that picture yesterday. I'll show you the picture now. So all this came from people coming to the gold store and giving him the gold. That's where he gets it from. There's Maple Leafs, there's Eagles, there's halves, there's this. This is Swiss. All these are bars, but they're like 1 ounce bars. Then I got these 1/4 ounce and 10 ounce. So I bought the 1/4 ounce and the 10th ounce Maple Leafs, and they're much cheaper than the US. So I don't give a fuck. I'm buying the gold. So this all comes from customers. So the customers need money. They come in and they're all going to kill themselves when they realize they've just given away their gold for nothing. For 2,000 okay. So a guy brought this 1 ounce Eagle in that's probably got $19.50 for it. You got spot. He's selling it for $20.25. Okay, good. He makes $80. I don't care. But when he realizes he could have got $25,000 for it instead of 2, boom. So when the money goes out, all this will be valued in gold, not in dollars. So how much will this cost? That's yet to be determined. At first it'll be in dollars, but then the dollar will go to zero and it won't be in dollars anymore. Then what is it worth? Who knows? All right, let's go a little further into Egon.
Actually, in the States, call it plumbing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I said, of course it's plumbing because the system is leaking like a sieve. So it's it wasn't Q, it was plumbing. They don't want to call it Q. It is money printing, whatever you want to call it. It is a form of money printing, and it's bigger than ever. So there is a problem. We don't quite know if the problem is, or I don't know anyway, if the problem is with the U.S. banks, well, from the Fed's point of view, if J.P. Morgan and Goldman Sachs, etc., because we know J.P. Morgan, they were bust before. They have the biggest derivative position of any bank in the world, J.P. Morgan, and they could easily be under pressure, as well as Goldman Sachs, as they were in 2007-8. What I'm saying is that's why I'm comparing it with 71 when the gold backing of the dollar was cancelled, and from that we had this massive escalation in debt and inflation. Now, I think what they're indicating now is the beginning of a massive period of money printing, QE, whatever you want to call it, because there are problems in the system. It's absolutely clear, so I think this, what we've been expecting, you and I, that the bubble markets are going to implode, and money printing is going to increase dramatically, and it will have an effect on currencies, and therefore gold will reflect this also. So I think this is starting now, and it will accelerate. I'm concerned, of course, about the whole of the derivative bubble. I mean, I still think there is 1.5 quadrillion derivatives officially. They halved it to 600 trillion or so, but it's actually, I think that was just bookkeeping. I think the gross amount outstanding is still in the quadrillion, and liquidity in derivative works when people are buying, and banks are making fortunes.
Sure.
But when people are selling, there will be no liquidity whatsoever, and there will be no one standing on the other side, to pay for it. So I think that a big part of these derivatives could easily become printed money in coming years, and then you're into the quadrillions of printed money. I know it sounds dramatic and exaggerated, but it's a fact. When counterparty fails, that derivative, there's nobody standing on the other side. Therefore, the only solution is either to let the banks go under, or that short-term governments or central banks will print money. That's not a solution, of course, but that's the only thing that they know short-term.
How should people be thinking about this, and what realistically can people do to protect themselves from this? Because it's arcane, and people don't really understand the plumbing of central banks and how the system. We always talk about the system, how that works, because it's a very complex thing to understand. But understanding that there's too much debt in the world is much simpler. Understanding that we can't print money and give out free money and be prosperous is something people can understand. So can we do anything to avoid this? Because it feels inevitable the way you talk about it.
For a while now, I've encouraged Americans to protect their savings with physical gold from...
I wrote an article many years ago called Deus Ex Machina, God out of the machine, and then I had an illustration showing that how all the central banks were crashing, all the countries were crashing, all the one after the other, Greece, Italy, Japan, US, etc. And the central bank was standing down there like firemen trying to save them. But and I said I think that today there is no solution. I said already then, the only solution is Deus Ex Machina, that somebody lowers God on the stage, which was happening in the old Greek plays, and he solved everything. I don't think that's going to happen. So I think it's gone too far. I don't think there's any chance. I mean, they're going to create a new currency that will be most probably, and everybody's talking about it already, there will be a crypto national currencies, crypto dollar, and they will fudge it in a way that it sounds like the debts disappear and it's in the old dollar, and now we have the crypto dollar, and a lot of central banks will do this. BIS talking about it also, IMF, etc. So that's what they're going to try. So that is, if you want, they're trying to do an orderly reset. I think that will fail. So that will last for a little while, but you can't make the debt disappear. You can pretend that you made it disappear, but it won't disappear. So it'll come back again. And you have all of these holders of all of these bonds around the world, government bonds. At some point, they will start dumping the bonds. And China, of course, are in a wonderful position that if they really want to upset the U.S., they can dump their 1.2 trillion.
That's what they're doing. They're dumping it.
U.S. debt. I know it'll work against them, but probably they built up so much gold so they don't care.
Well, probably. But so you bring up gold. What role does gold play in all this? Both in the working out of this massive debt overhang, in protecting savings. Where does gold fit into this puzzle? Because it's obviously a key part of it.
For 99.5% of people in the world, it plays no role at all. They don't understand it. The governments don't really want to, in any way, talk about gold or the benefits of gold or why you should have gold. I often mention it. You take Greenspan, before he became chairman of the Fed, he talked about gold all the time. Virtues of gold. Gold was really the only way to back the monetary system. When he became chairman of the Fed, he put on the political hat. He never mentioned gold. And now again, he talks about gold all the time. So that's the problem with governments. Because they are committing these, what I call deceitful acts in destroying the economy, destroying the value of money by just printing unlimited amounts of it. They are also suppressing anything about gold because that way people are not seeing what's happening to their money. We both know that all paper money has gone down since 1971 when the gold window was closed, gone down by 97 to 99% against gold, and since 2000, virtually all of the currencies gone down 80% against gold. Nobody knows this. Nobody understands this. Gold in this century has been the best performing asset class. But it's now the papers don't talk about it, and governments don't talk about it, and therefore most people are not aware of gold until they come to the front pages or on television in the media, and therefore nobody understands gold today. You and I have talked about gold for years and years. But so we're fortunate that we have a group of converted that we can preach to, if you want, and tell them the virtues of gold. And gold is actually, the only money that has survived for the last 5,000 years. All other money has always gone to zero. But the people don't understand that. So therefore, nobody owns gold. And we're trying to I feel passionate about helping people. To actually hold gold, and we're doing that. But ordinary people will only buy gold when it's on the front pages and when it goes up, like most investors do. They buy when it goes up. But take the example of Venezuela.
Yeah,
if these people, they could have bought gold for nothing at the beginning of this century. So it was the same price as in US dollars. So there was $200-300 an ounce, and they could have bought a small and 10 grams of gold for a few dollars only. Now they have no money, they have no food. If they have just bought for a few $100s at that time, it would have saved their lives. I think we are going to see a similar thing happening in the Western world. I think we're going to see currencies going to zero. I think we're going to see high inflation, hyperinflation. It'll take time, but once hyperinflation starts, it goes very quickly. And therefore, I see gold as the best protection against what's going to happen to money and to the financial system and to the banking system. I don't want to be a prophet of doom and gloom because I'm an optimistic person. But at the same time, one thing I've learned in life is to analyze risk and protect against risk. And this is what we would, more people need to think about that. But, we can't, the 0.5% of world financial assets that are in gold today is a ridiculous amount. and much too small. And people at some point, and too late, most people will discover it when the value of the money is a fraction of what it is today. So coming back to your question about what is the solution, I don't think there is a solution. And that is what is so sad. The world is going to go through a period of a corrective period, which will be devastating for a lot of people.
What does that look like, though? Because we're talking about hyperinflationary periods here. It could also be a deflationary bust like we saw in the 1930s. How do you think this plays out?
The scenario I see, because I mean, to some extent, we will have inflation and deflation simultaneously. So we will have inflation when it comes to paper money will crash in value, and therefore a lot of goods and services the cost will inflate automatically in paper money, and therefore most of the bubble assets that we talked about before, stocks and bonds and property, they will deflate in value. So that's a deflation. But then as the cost of goods and services and foods, etc., will be reflected in the value of the money. So they will go up in price. So I see initially, so there'll be a combination of some values going crashing. You will have we will have an inflationary, hyperinflationary depression, which means that some values will go down and others will go up dramatically. So, but I think, as I see that, there will be when you look at the value of your money, which will decline all the time, and you will need to print more and more money. That will be inflationary, and that is so that's hyperinflation in my view. At some point, then, when they printed lots of money to try to save the system, and this money printing is inflationary, then I think the world will realize that this has zero value, all this debt, and the weight of the money and the weight of the debt will basically crash the system, and then we will have a proper deflation in all areas of everything, which will of course affect banks, and because the assets of the banks will become worthless then.
But what about this idea of you talk?
So to answer your question, Luke, there you go. Once people realize it, it's inflation. Hyperinflation means there's a lot of fear and the money's worthless real quickly. Once that hits, you can't run and go buy gold and silver. You're fucked at that point. So we are here and it's coming here. And I keep yelling, look, we're here and the water is coming in. Buy your gold and silver as much as you can now, because once we hit this stage, you're fucked. I mean, it's just your dollar's not going to be worth anything. You're fucked. So to prepare, you buy the gold and silver, and that's what we're doing. But there's no timeline on it. It should have happened in 2008. They kept printing money until you just can't print it anymore. And as Egon said, there's just no way out. The only way out is really is back it by gold. If you back the dollars by gold, that's the way out, because that would stabilize it. And the hyperinflation's fear of the inflation. Once people realize that the money's inflated, they go spend it on tuna and chips and milk because they know it's not going to be worth anything. So that's what the hyperinflation, it's the fear of my money is worthless. So before the prices of milk go to $20 for a gallon, I better buy it. Well, it's short term. What are you going to do when it runs out? You know. So that's why you wallpaper the house with the money and everything else, as they're doing in Venezuela and Greece and all these other countries that have gone through it. You're all fucked. So that's basically what he's saying. Here it comes, and it's just a matter of time, and that's what's going to happen. So the way out is gold and silver will protect you, because your dollar won't be worth anything. So once your dollar is not worth anything, the gold and silver takes off. And then what does it buy? How do you value things? That's really, you'll need another dollar so you can sell your gold and silver to do that. And that's really why people are buying like mercury dime, like 1/10 of an ounce silver they think, well, I'll take this to go to the grocery store to buy milk because if I have a 1 ounce silver that's worth $2,000, yeah, but you don't know what the milk's going to cost you. The milk could cost you an ounce of silver, even though it might be 2,000 an ounce. So how much do you buy? It's as much as you fucking can because it doesn't matter. This is going to zero regardless. So I only have a much to bridge, right? So I have a bridge of this going so I don't have to sell my gold and silver at these ridiculously low prices. When do I sell? I don't. It all depends. Maybe I don't. Maybe I sell when the price gets high and I want to buy a house or I want to buy a car or buy an island. I mean, things will be very cheap because there won't be any money. And all the people that are relying on money, as you said, 99% of the population are clueless. So as people need money and only rely that it's the money, and it's all worthless, then the panic sets in and they go, what's valuable? And that's when you have your ounce of gold saying, I'll buy your house because, you don't have shit and you're not going to survive, but you need money. And that's when we come in as the good guys, right? We say, well, I have money for you, but so I want your house for it. And they go, yeah, great. Because they can't live without it. David, Luke, you buying more gold and silver? David, I have gold and silver and I'm learning a lot more. Well, thank you, David. Bobby, do you have gold or Bitcoin? Bobby's got gold and silver. But I'll let Bobby answer that. So that's exactly what you must understand what everything is. This is paper bullshit with no value that the government tries to sell you because they want control and power. Since they want to be in control, they sell you that this is actually worth something, which it isn't. It works because they force Target and Kroger's to take it for the food. They don't price it properly because they're a bunch of fucking morons. This is worthless. Why are they selling you tuna at $3 for a can? Because they're not getting anything. They're selling you tuna for nothing because this has no value. So you're giving them this or your debit card and you're getting the tuna, which is worth something. So it's spend as much as you can because when I go to the gold store and I get an ounce of gold or a half ounce of gold, I'm giving them this shit and I'm getting gold. And it's like, I walk out of there laughing hysterically. Like I just got rid of this and the guy took and gave me gold for this. It's like, I feel it's a reverse Madoff because we're sitting there, but we're not scamming anybody. We're just doing the appropriate thing. And why 99% of the population's clueless. And I do this like Egon does this. I do this to protect you guys, right? I have no other motive. I don't get paid for it. I do it to protect you because I don't like the injustice that nobody's teaching you this. Nobody's teaching you gold. Why is nobody teaching you? Because the government doesn't want you to fucking learn it because they want you in dollars because JP Morgan has the printing press and the monopoly to print this. So why would he want competition? And he's going to keep printing it, but he's too fucking stupid to realize if I keep printing it, it eventually goes to zero, as Egon said. And I remember you, Luke, asking me, well, will it go to 10%? And I said, no, it goes to zero. And you laughed. You said, well, how about 10%? How about 5%? I said, no, all currencies go to zero. And I remember you laughing at that. And that was exactly what it doesn't. There's no 20, 10. It's drops to zero because this is basically worthless. It's just when the people realize it's worthless. We realize it. So we're getting out of it and into gold and silver. Yeah, you can get into real estate, but it's really difficult and it's already bubbled. So you're not going to make money. You're going to probably lose money on it. You're better off in gold and silver. But Warren Buffett thinks, you know what, I'll hold on to $2 billion and then I'll buy things cheap. And the problem is Warren Buffett doesn't understand that his $2 billion are going to be worth zero. But the gold, what he should be doing is buying $2 billion worth of gold. Then he wouldn't have a worry. But no, he's smarter than everybody because he's rich, because he scams everybody with his insurance. And wait till he finds out his $2 billion are worthless. I can't wait. Oh, I am like so excited about that because he's pompous and he comes across like he knows everything and he doesn't know shit. Bobby, I have silver, but we'll get gold at some point. Well, you better hurry up because you're not going to have a choice. No Bitcoin, but I have some other crypto from back in 2021 and we'll keep it just in case, but haven't bought any recently, mainly buying silver. Luke, I just bought another 10-ounce American Eagle. Some money, sold some of my mining stocks because Professor is scaring the shit out of me. I'm telling you reality. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to wake you up. Bobby, like I mentioned, the professor here, scrim my understanding, silver will fly with gold and have a higher return, but still look to get some gold. Coinstar here just so limited at the moment. David, I got it. Vanilla, that makes sense. Luke, I have a bunch of American Eagle silver and some more American Eagle gold ounces. Andy, hi, Andy. I've been on a 25-to-1 tier with the teasers and Major League. Very good, Andy. Yeah, last week was a rough one on the football, but good for you. Very, very happy for you. Do I like Syracuse versus Army? Well, we've talked about it. What did I say? They're both strong teams. I think I like the over in the game because Army's been scoring lately. They've got a new offensive coordinator, and they're finally figuring it out. Syracuse has been awfully strong. I don't know that I would take Syracuse minus the 13 or in a teaser -7 because Army just killed UTSA. So I think I'd like the over versus that, but it's hard to play Army because of that offense. You really can't practice it unless you play Army and Navy a lot. So it's always a scary proposition to play against them. No money line. I do not play money line. Money lines, the problem with money lines are the odds are terrible. And so you're going to 13. So what's your money line? Like you bet $1,000 to win 100 on that. And Army could just as easily win the game. That's not a sure bet. So I don't really buy. I would maybe money line Z teams. So if I see a Z team, let's see, like Texas State, Nevada, I might money line Texas State because Nevada's a Z. But most of it, I'm gonna, let's say in the pros, maybe I money line Jacksonville against Houston. Because Houston's the worst team in the league, but even then, I don't really trust Trevor Lawrence. Maybe I could money line Seattle over Carolina, but I might as well tease them to even. So it's hard because in college, so let's say Oregon, you want a money line against Colorado, they're 21. First of all, it's gonna cost you $5,000 to win 100. What's the point of that bet? Just as easily, you can bet the over in the game and or just take Oregon -15 and they're just going to, run wild on them. So it's really hard to money line. I don't really get it. I guess here's what I would money line. Kansas is 9.5 over BYU. If I'm getting the right odds, I can see money lining BYU, right? A 9.5 point dog. To win the game like they just beat Arkansas, I think they can beat Kansas. It wouldn't surprise me if BYU won the game straight out. That's how I would play money line as opposed to teasing BYU in 15.5. I don't think I would money line Tennessee UTSA, Tennessee's -20 to money line them. I mean, I just don't see the value. You're gonna pay $5,000 to win $100. What's the point of that bet? And when it loses, you're really fucked. But okay, they win, you win $100. Did that do anything for you? So you're better off finding like 3 or 14 teasers if you want the big payoff. But if you're afraid, I certainly wouldn't money line any football just because the odds are not. They sound good, but they're really terrible. It's like even money on the 10 and the 4 at craps. You're supposed to get 2-1 on your money, but they're giving you even money, and you're thinking that's a good thing. It's not. The odds on a 10 or a 4 hitting against the 7 is 2-1. So I would only play if I'm getting 2-1. Well, your odds in football, we don't even know what they are, but they're not. Believe me, the money lines in football games are terrible. They're not good. Alex played a reverse one on, I think it was Notre Dame or Colorado, where it was 23 points. So it must have been Colorado, and he made it 34. So he's the Colorado minus 34, and I get 3-1. And I said to him, I don't think 3-1's fair odds to lay an extra 11 for only 3-1. It sounds good, 100 to win 3, but in reality, it's probably needs 10 to 15 to 1 to give another 11. Let's see. So that's my answer. Army, Syracuse. I probably like it over. Luke, the physical will dry up soon. The physical's already dried up. As I showed you in the picture, the only time he has gold is when people sell it. So basically, he's the middleman. Somebody's coming in needing money. Here's an ounce of gold. He pays it, and then I walk in and buy it from him. It's dry. He can't get any, right? So he's getting only when people sell it. So it's already dried up. And keep in mind, the central banks are buying. They're buying the big blocks. They don't buy the ounce coins that me and you buy. They're buying the whole fucking big block of gold. The central banks, they're buying 10, 20, 30 tons of it. Andy, money line parlay. I'm not interested, money line. Bobby, now that Army throws the ball, they may actually score more. Well, look at them against UTSA. It was a high-scoring game. That's what I'm exactly saying. I was ahead of the game. I knew Army went to this, and I knew they were going to be scored. That's why I liked them against Lou Monroe. But it took them a couple of – like the kid threw 3 picks. The next game, the kid threw 3 touchdowns, no picks. So that's the point with the kid is now he learns the offense. They're scoring more. They have a very good offensive coordinator. This guy's he was like Division II, and they'd average 50 a game, and it was all him. And he's, now he's at Army, and he's got the quarterback, and he's throwing the ball, and they're wide open because you don't know how to defend Army. Bobby, they would have killed UL Monroe if they did that week 1 instead of screwing all of us. Well, that was the problem with week 1. New Mexico State would kill UMass if they played this week. That's just what happens. KC plays Jacksonville 100 times. It goes over 99. We're just getting bit by this strange snake. Do like betting NFL or college more? I like betting both. I just look for good bets. College is a lot easier usually than the pros because you got, Georgia and Michigan and Notre Dame and Ohio State. You got those USC. They're going to put up 60 points. And the pros, who the fuck knows? They end up winning by 3. They should be winning by 20. So, like an example, you got KC 12.5 over the Bears. If they win by 3, they're happy. So they don't have the incentive. In college, they've got to score a lot and win big because of the polls, and they want to get to the playoffs. So if they only, if USC wins the game by 3 points, they're going to go down in the polls, even though they won the game. If Kansas City beats the Bears by 3, nothing happens to them. That's the difference. So USC knows they got to win by 50, so we take advantage of that, and nobody can stop them. Where Kansas City, fucking 19-7 last week, that's just ridiculous. Andy, I like Syracuse money line on my parlay. Go right ahead, Andy. My take on the game is it's an over game. I think Syracuse is better, but Army's playing very well right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they won. That's all I'm saying. Bobby, yes, Alex. Colorado minus 13 bet was dead in the first quarter. Yeah, well, because Colorado doesn't have a defense, and it was a big rivalry game, and Colorado State got up for it. I thought they sucked. They gave up 50 points a game, so I didn't think I thought Colorado would just light them up. and our mistake. We're making mistakes of looking at over teams like Kansas and Colorado, thinking they're A teams, thinking they're USC and Michigan and Notre Dame. And we're making a mistake. Oh, they're going to put up a 50, but just because they're an over team, they don't have defense. So like this week, Oregon 21 over Colorado. Can you trust Colorado? They're not going to stop Oregon. They don't have the defense to stop them. So I see that game being very high scoring because you're not going to stop Oregon because Colorado doesn't have the defense. Now, if Oregon played Utah or Georgia, they played Georgia last year. What was the score? 49-3. Georgia. They only got 3 points. So it takes a Georgia-type defense to stop Oregon, but Colorado does not have a Georgia-type defense. So therefore, they can't stop them. And Oregon's eyes are going to light up. Colorado can't stop Colorado State. They're going to stop Oregon. They're going to light it up, and they're going to keep scoring. And Coach Prime will get his little points, and Oregon's going to blitz them, and it's going to get ugly. And they're going to, they could win by 40, 50 points. They might win by 10 or 20, but it's going to be a lot of points. And if that game ends 18-7, I'm quitting, okay? Like the Kansas City 19-7 game. So I'd say by half, Oregon will be in the 40s, but Colorado could be in the 20s. But they're getting wise to him. I mean, look, they barely beat Colorado State, who sucks. They don't have a defense, Colorado State. And Colorado could barely beat them. They had to go to overtime. So don't look at Colorado. They're wise to their game now to just score a ton on an Oregon team. It's not going to happen. Bobby, I meant to say earlier that I kind of like Washington State at home plus 10.5 against my Ooglia Booglia, but not sure if I'll pull the trigger. Pull the trigger, Bobby. Washington State beat Wisconsin, and we know how Ooglia Booglia plays in big games. He won't show up, couple interceptions, and Washington State's got a really good defense. Washington State should be the favorite in this game. It's at Washington State. These are very much home teams. Oregon State, Washington, USC, Utah. You put them at home, they're 10 points better than on the road. How Oregon State's favorite in this game makes no fucking sense to me. So that's my point. So go ahead and take the Washington State, and it's probably a good under bet. I don't know why the typo said my Ooglia Booglia. He definitely is not my Ooglia Booglia. Dak, damn. That's okay, Bobby. I'm with you. So that's exactly what you see. And that's what I understand about and how I predict, usually very good, except for last week, where you've got to understand the teams. And the most dangerous is the defense. A very good defense, Georgia, Iowa State, Iowa, will fuck an offense up. Georgia 26, Tennessee 13 last year. After Tennessee puts 52 up on Alabama, they get 13 on Georgia. That defense, they just suffocate you and they put pressure, and the quarterback couldn't even throw the ball because by the time he went back to throw, he was sacked. That's how you beat an offense, when you can pressure the defense or the quarterback. That's what Georgia does, and Iowa State and Iowa, and these defensive teams, this is what they do. They don't let you throw the ball. Michigan does that. Ohio State used to do that, and I don't know where they are. So that's what you really have to be careful with. That's the first thing you got to look at is the defense. Can they stop you? But when I see an Oregon, Colorado, I go, Colorado can't stop Oregon. They don't have the defense to do it. Therefore, Oregon's going to go up and down the field and going, this is great, no defense. That's why I think it'll be high scoring. Will Oregon pressure Colorado? Probably, but he's okay. He's a little bit mobile. Primetime should have a little answer, but I think that you're gonna see this guy get sacked 5 times, the Colorado quarterback, and there goes the Heisman. But Oregon should go up and down the field. That's why I like the Notre Dame Ohio State game. I don't think either of them have the defense to really stop the other team. Neither of them are Georgia defense. Notre Dame's pretty good, but after watching this fucking Central Michigan game, I expected a shutout. I didn't get it. And then Ohio State, I don't know where their defense is at. They play Michigan. They give up 50 points. So, okay, they beat Indiana, who has no offense. And then Western Kentucky put up a 10. But I don't think this Ohio State defense is going to stop Hartman and Notre Dame. And Notre Dame won't stop Ohio State. So I don't think this game – I think this game goes high scoring. They don't have the defenses to stop each other. But their offenses are so good, I wouldn't expect it. But Utah, great defense. Washington State, Oregon State, great defense. So that's what you're looking for. The problem in the pros is I can't find it. There is no Georgia defense, Iowa State defense, Iowa defense in the fucking pros. Makes it a nightmare because you look for that team. Maybe the Niners are it. Tennessee's pretty good defensively. New Orleans is pretty good. The Jets have a great defense. They're probably as close as we get. The Jets in San Francisco, which is the old San Francisco coordinator, are the two best defenses, I think, in the league. And that's where you go for the under. So, like, the Jets are getting points from New England. That's a joke. I don't. Zach Wilson's fine. I'm not worried about that. New England's going to turn the ball over 4 times because of this fucking defense from the Jets. I mean, they're just going to dominate. So them and the Niners. Philly, I don't know. Their defense isn't strong right now. Pittsburgh's pretty good. Dallas, I think, is the third team with that shutdown defense, as they're showing you. So I can see those 3 teams as the shutdown defense. You don't fuck with them and you don't bet against them. And you bet those games under. Like I had the Jets-Dallas under last week. That was the only smart bet I made, I think. No, I had Buffalo and I had Seattle. So those were smart plays. But that's what you look for, because the defense will shut the offense right down. You always play the defense over the offense. Wisconsin is only -6 at Purdue. Very interesting. Yeah, it is, but it's a road game and it's a road favorite. How strong is Wisconsin? Purdue, good over team. I think Wisconsin should win, but we're not sure. That's a tough one. It's probably an over, actually, because Purdue scores a lot. And Wisconsin on grass at Purdue, Purdue will be fired up, I think. And Wisconsin with Mordecai is scoring a lot. And I don't know that their defense is as strong. So I think you take that Washington State game Wisconsin played and figure that score in. That's what I would look at. All right, let's get back to Egon the Eagle.
What about this idea of you talked about Deus Machina, but what about this idea of a debt jubilee? Does that offer any kind of solution somewhere?
The hell is
it's
that?
It's not a solution, the debt jubilee. You can. There are many ways that they will try to manipulate this by, for example, they can write off the debt, but you cannot write off a debt without that affecting the assets on the other side. Because you have the balance sheet has 2 sides, there's assets and liabilities, and if the debt is written off, it means that all the asset prices are going to crash too, which means that all the banks will come under enormous pressure or not survive. Means that people will not be able to pay for their houses or their house loans or their other loans, etc. So I'm sure they will try. The authorities or the governments or the central banks, they will try an organized reset and with a temporary debt jubilee and all of that. I don't think it will last. I think that will be very temporary because the volume of debt will make it impossible to last, because you can't make debt disappear without making the assets disappear at the same time.
So what's ultimately, when the smoke clears, what does the world look like, and what are the opportunities? Because out of any chaos comes opportunity.
People with gold win.
Yeah, sadly, a lot of people will suffer. like we're seeing in Venezuela now. I hope it won't be that bad, but the risk is that it could be pretty bad for a lot of people. Let's say that there are no pensions, there are virtually no social security, there's no social security, etc. So it'll be a tough time. But when I look back at history, and history is so such a fantastic thing, because the world is still here, people are still here. Some people, obviously, there would be probably more people dying of starvation or empty stomachs or maybe wars, etc. But the world goes on. I mean, I always take, I could take many examples. I always look at Eton, for example. It's a school in the UK, very famous school. It's been around for over 550 years. It's a private school, so people have to pay high fees, etc. But it's been around 550 years through revolutions, wars, depressions, high inflation, hyperinflation, all of that, and they survived. So the world survives, and there are people who have lived in war zones their whole life and survived. Human beings have an incredible ability to adapt. And that's what's so wonderful about it. So we're not going to live in luxury that a lot of people are doing now, or have the affluence of cars and going on holiday to wherever people go, to Caribbean, Thailand or whatever. It's going to be a normal life again, like I had when I was young. We didn't have all of these. You had to have, cars, or taking a year off after your studies and traveling the world. So, before my generation, before, they went, the day they finished school, they started working.
Right.
So, and I didn't have a gap year or anything either. And I started studying first, and then started working straight away. All of those luxuries will disappear, and there's nothing wrong with that, because this has not been a normal period in history. So it will be different for people, but people will continue to work hard, eat less. We'll lose some of this that we don't need, and we'll probably feel healthier. And some people will starve, of course, but overall, the world will continue. And how long it will take, who knows? After I think this is the end of a big cycle. Whether it's a 200-year cycle or a 2,000-year cycle, only the historians will know afterwards. So therefore, after the Roman Empire fell in the 470, roughly, the last bit of the Roman Empire fell. Of course, you had which we only knew about afterwards. We had the Dark Ages for 500 years. But it wasn't like the world went under for 500 years. It's just like went down to a different level, and then people lived more frugally, and it wasn't the same development until then. The Renaissance came and they changed it again. So I think that's whether we will have a long period or not, or if this is a cycle where we will have a long period of downturn, or just a shorter correction of a few years or 10 years or whatever. We will only know afterwards. But I think there has to be a period of adjustment. And
that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold just said so. I'm killing it with teasers and money. Sounds good, Andy. So I guess you're listening and picking up observations from me and using that to make your picks. I hope so. That's great. That's what I'm trying to do. This is a class, so you should be learning just like I'm teaching about money and gold and economics and everything else, or girls or poker. That's the idea here, is to teach. And so you learn and you can use it to benefit yourself. So good. I'm glad you're killing it with teasers. They're really not that difficult, but you got to know what to look for. And that's really what I do, is I know what to look for, what's good, what's bad, and you just go with it. And you're looking for good defenses, good quarterbacks, and you're looking for bad defenses and bad quarterbacks to take advantage of. You want to bet against the weak. So it's all the art of war. You're looking for strength and you're looking for weakness, and you want to bet against weakness and you want to bet on strength. So that's why I bet the Georgia defense every fucking week, because they're the strongest team. And that's why I look to bet against, Central Michigan's or Colorado State's, because they're very weak teams. But they all have their day, and they all get their win, but that's what happens. So anyway, you can see that once the shit hits the fan, those holding the gold and silver will be at the head of the class and tell people what to do to help them, because it's the only way out. And these prices are so cheap. To quote Bobby, I shake my head when he brings up fucking real estate. I'm like, I'm giving you a 0%, a zero risk, 1,000% return, and you want to go fucking talk about real estate. I just don't understand. I mean, my whole thought is I get money in and I buy gold and silver without thought, and that's it. I don't even go play poker anymore because I don't. If I lose 300, that's 10 ounces of silver I could have bought. So I don't even want to go there. So I just sit there and go buy gold and silver and as much as I can eat, and and try to keep it safe. And that's just the obvious. There's nothing else that I should be focusing on. That's it. I've already got my baseball cards and my football cards, so there's no more cards to buy. And my diversification is different countries of gold and silver. The Cougar and the Maple Leaf and the dollar. That's my diversification. I'm that Andy Scheckman doing the money lines. Is that what? Is that Andy Scheckman doing the money lines? It's Andy Raphael. Maybe it is Andy Scheckman. Maybe he changed his last name. I don't know. But he's killing it with teasers and money lines. So as long as he's making money, as long as Andy understands why he's making money and why he loses, all I can say is when you make a bet and win, you should understand why so you can repeat it. And when you make a bet and lose, you should understand why so you don't repeat it. And as I said, the Colorado, Notre Dame, I'd probably make that bet again against CMU. The Colorado, I wouldn't, because I overvalued Colorado. I undervalued Colorado State. I thought they sucked, which they were. They were a Z team based on who they played. But keep in mind, they played USC and lost 77-0. And I thought, well, that's probably what Colorado State's going to do. They're a very strong offense. They should be lighting up Colorado State. But then there's the rivalry part of it. So you got to be careful in that. Do you like Andy Scheckman, Fresh, or does he not know what he's talking about? He doesn't know what he's talking about, Bob. He's trying to sell gold because that's his business. But when you listen to him about economics and you listen to me about economics, do you see the same thing? When I listen to him, all he does is he talks to hear himself talk, but he doesn't explain anything. So he doesn't sit there and say they're printing the dollars to zero. He never says that because he doesn't know that. He thinks inflation are price increases. He doesn't get that. This is the only inflation there is this being printed to zero. As Egon just said, this is it. This is inflation printing the money. Andy Scheckman doesn't understand that. Neither does Rickard or Rick Rude or any of those guys or Schiff. They don't get what inflation even is. So how can you listen to them when they don't know what they're talking about? And then they go on and proceed to talk and talk and talk and talk. And he rumbles, bumbles, and stumbles on for an hour, of which you don't get any guts. There's no meat to it. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and he can't explain it. He does say Austrian economics, and then he'll say something. He'll say Say's law, but he can't explain Say's law. Does he bring up Adam Smith? No. Does he bring up that he brings up you should buy gold, but he doesn't know why. He just knows to buy it. Egon explained it perfectly. So that's the difference. Egon sits there and gets to the point and explains it, and you go, yeah, we just learned a lot from watching Egon, right? But when I watch Andy Scheckman, I don't learn anything. Not only that, he frustrates me because he just says there's a lot of, like he'll say, there's a lot of buying of gold and silver. There's a lot of buying. So the price should go up. No, he doesn't understand that JP Morgan price fixes it down. So you could buy all the gold in the world. It ain't going up in price till COMEX explodes. Now we have a big kicker, and the Russians want it to go up because they want to get paid in oil. They want to get paid in gold for oil. So now there's incentive to break up JP Morgan. That's a whole different game than Andy Schectman talks. So that's why I don't like those guys. It frustrates me. It's a waste of my time. Only Alligator and Egon, and then Mark McGuire with these guests drive me nuts because they're fucking. You saw the long-haired T-shirt guy that I showed you on Mark McGuire, and then you hear Egon. Is it the same? One guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Luke, we're going to kill it in gold and silver soon. Well, again, just be patient. We know it's going to go much, much higher. We know things will be priced in gold and silver, so the value is going to be phenomenal. And that's why I keep buying, because I don't know how much I need, but I keep buying it. Bobby, I saw a video where he says metals will be getting compensated from something. Professor, do you believe in God? I believe in angels. I'm Jewish, not Christian, but I don't really believe in it. I know most Jews like gold, like you. Well, I don't know if it's a Jewish thing. To me, I buy it because it's a good investment. As you can hear, most people don't have gold or silver. 99% of the people don't have any. So no, I don't believe in God. I do believe in angels. And no, I'm not Christian. And most Jews like gold, like you. So I don't know if it's a Jewish thing, but it's a smart thing. If you understand what's happening, you would buy gold. So I don't know about that. Bobby, oh no, now Luke is going to ask you to name the church you go to. Tell me the hospital, Bobby Bo, and you'll never get that information, Luke. So no, I don't, it's not a religious thing. It's just smart people understand that the paper dollar is bullshit. Is it Jewish thing? Is that why Hitler wanted to kill all the Jews? I have no idea why Hitler chose the Jews. I think it was a money issue. I think he wanted money and the Jews wouldn't give it to him, so he wanted to kill them all. Because all Hitler was a mafia guy who stole all the gold from all of Europe. So he'd go invade Czechoslovakia and he'd have all his army, and somebody was stealing the gold and taking it out. And that was the whole World War II, was him going to these different countries to steal their gold. That's how a lot of the gold ended up in the New York Fed. Like if you see that Die Hard 3 movie where they're showing you the different currency, the different gold in the New York Fed, it's because they were scared that Hitler was going to take their gold. So they shipped it all to New York to get it out. And recently, well, about 5-6 years ago, the Germans wanted their 300 tons. And the U.S. didn't have it. So they were like, well, it'll take 10 years. And they're like, what the fuck, 10 years? Give me my gold. I want it now. It took them like 3 years to get their gold back. It's because the U.S. fucked everybody over and spent it and then needed to rebuy it. So just as much as you can buy, because you can see what's going to happen. And the more you have, because you're going to have friends and relatives who are going to say, oh, I need, can you help me? Well, I'm not going to let Daria and Jenna die. So, of course, I'm going to buy. I already give Jenna gold and silver. And then Daria, when we meet, I'll give her gold and silver. So that's why I buy more, because I know I'm going to give an ounce here and an ounce there, but it's going to be worth so much. That's all they'll need. Jenna's going to be one of the richest girls in the Ukraine. She's got 2 ounces of gold and 20 ounces of silver. But she doesn't know it. She sees it's not priced, and she doesn't realize she's going to be very rich in the Ukraine with that kind of money once the shit hits the fan. So all we know is the shit's hitting the fan. We don't know exactly when, but we can see we've definitely hit the iceberg, and we're definitely going down. And as soon as the 99% realize it, the price of gold is going to be so high. I mean, that's why I say 2 ounces to buy a house. It might only be one. because we're looking at it in today's money, but you can't. This will go to zero. So gold won't have a price, right? Gold won't go to 50,000 of this because this will go out. This goes to zero. That makes gold's price go 20 times higher because it'll be priced in gold, not dollars. Now it's priced in gold. What does gold buy? And the demand for gold. So if we go back to the regular Austrian economics, supply and demand, the demand for gold when this goes out, and the euro and the British pound and the Swiss franc and all the currencies that are being printed go to zero, and the demand for gold is going to be through the fucking roof because there's no other alternative, right? So everybody in the world's going to need gold, which is going to make the demand for gold go so high, it's going to be a fucking joke. That's why, as much as you can buy, and silver, Bobby, buy. But I would like you to buy some gold, Bobby, because it's a lot easier to have 1 ounce of gold in your pocket and get on a plane and go to Switzerland and sell it than having 20 or 40 ounces of silver in your pocket. That does show. 1 ounce of gold, nobody knows you have it, so you will be safe, and it'll, it's worth 50,000 and silver's, let's say, worth 5,000. So you need 10 ounces of silver in your pocket versus the 1 ounce of gold. Or maybe you want a half ounce or a quarter ounce. So I do want you to get gold like I do, right? I get some ounces, some half ounces, quarters, but stop dicking around with the silver and start buying some gold because you're going to want to just have a little bit to go a long way. Luke, I heard an ounce of gold could buy you a whole block at some point. Well, in the German, in 1920s, when Germany had the hyperinflation, the ounce of gold would buy a bunch of houses. Professor, Great Depression time in Europe. Probable great. Yeah, well, anywhere that doesn't have gold will have depression, because the currency will go to zero, and the only thing worth anything will be gold, silver, Rolexes, mantle cards. I mean, you need real assets to beat inflation. That's the only way. Kurt Schilling had millions in a physical gold silver portfolio. Don't know if he lost it or not. Did he have the coins? Yeah, physical gold silver portfolio. So he's fine. He's in our team. He's ahead of the game. I would think he still has it. There would be no reason to sell it at these low prices. And that's why I quote the Assault on Wall Street guy who had $60,000 and lost it. I quote him because if he would have put it into gold, none of those guys would have died. He would have not lost a dime. His 60 grand would have turned into 110 grand because gold went from 250 an ounce to like 500 an ounce. So he would have done very well, but there's no commission. So the stockbroker financial planners do not put you in gold. And that's the problem. They all want you in this system, and you're fucked, and you're controlled, and you're a slave because you're in this system. And your only way out is gold and silver. Fuck the real estate. Just get in gold and silver, because nobody can afford your real estate because the inflation is going to force interest rates so high nobody can afford to buy it. Gold and silver is different. It's money. You can use it as money. So that's really what you've got to understand. That's your safety. And you need to get out of this. That's why you're out of stocks, you're out of bonds, you're out of the banks. The banks are going to collapse because once all the shit hits the fan and the dollar loses value, what does the bank have? So the bank's got $1 million, they got $1 billion in money. Well, the money's worthless. The bank's worthless. All their assets are now worth zero. So that's what you've got to kind of understand is the asset. Like he said, you can't just get rid of the debt. If you get rid of the debt, you get rid of the asset. So if the bank gets rid of the debt, the bank gets rid of the asset. The bank is worthless. So is your money in it? You won't be able to get it out. Plus, whatever you have won't be worth anything. There'll be a little time where you'll be able to buy more gold, or you'll be able to switch it for a new currency. that'll be a little bit of a saving grace, but that won't have a value if they don't back it by gold. That's the beauty of BRICS. They come out with a gold-backed currency. Guess who wins? The BRICS countries have the gold-backed currency. They will survive. They will rule. That's why we need to learn Russian and Chinese. And then if I go with Daria, she can speak Russian for me. Or Jenna, she knows Russian. So there's a method to my madness. So understand that. So go find a nice hot Russian or Ukrainian girl to start dating, and she'll save your ass because she can speak it, and we can buy BRICS. We can buy BRICS currency and survive. Because all the West is gone. I mean, they're all in fiat, and I don't give a fuck what inflation's down and this is down and that bullshit. It isn't. They keep printing to pay for the debt. We're all fucked unless you have gold and silver. It's as simple as that. Anyway, I got football to study. I got to pick the pros. Free pick again is Notre Dame, Ohio State over 54. So we tease it to 48. Or can you money line the over-unders? Would you money line Ohio State, Notre Dame to 0? And then the under in the Georgia game, it's 54. You go under 60 in any Georgia game. Those are your two free college picks. And going through this, I found another bunch, and then the pros. But I'm not going to make the same mistake in the pros where I'm thinking the quarterback sucks, so I'm betting it under, because the quarterbacks run, even though they suck, the defenses aren't picking up to blitz them. So they're letting the quarterbacks run around and score touchdowns. That's the problem. So I've identified the problem. The solution is just keep with the Jets and the Niner defense in Dallas and bet those under. That'll win for you. You can't bet over defenses under. You got to bet over defenses over. And that's lesson learned. That will never happen to me again. No, I got steak tonight, Bobby. I ate the General Chow, and I had the hamburger yesterday with my omelet. Today I took out, I didn't know what I had. I thought I was going to make a roast, but I don't think I have a roast. But I got these two big sirloin steaks, so I'm going to marinate them up and cook them right now, 5:30, and eat them by. I might leniently eat till 6:30 today, but I didn't eat today till 1, and we will go from there. He had some major financial problems at some point, though. Oh, Kurt Schilling. So you're saying he had to sell his gold and silver to pay for his major. Well, that's what I'm trying to bridge, is to have enough of this to pay my bills and not have to spend my gold. And that's what I'm trying to do. Otherwise, if I kept that Harley job, that's what I was happy about. I could have bought a bunch more gold in the next month or two, and off I go. And now all my credit cards are in 0%, so I'm covered there at least for 2 years, and then off we go. So that's what I'm trying to do. So I am looking for a new job, but as soon as gold goes, I'm retired. Simple as that. All right, everybody, have a good day. 4 hours. Oh my God, no wonder I'm so tired. All right, have a good day. www.teaserking.com. If you want, get my email. You can ask me questions there. Usually you got to be a customer to, who do I like here or that. And, I want to play like G wanted to play a 4-team teaser or a 3-team teaser, but she bought from me, so I help her. That's why I won't. It's not fair to the buyers to just, if somebody, who do I like? Now I can help fundamentally. Do you want money line or teasers? I would say don't bet money lines. Be very careful with that. But if the guy is making money on it, I'm just saying the odds are terrible. All right, Bobby, you're welcome. I will see you tomorrow. Same time, probably around noonish or something like that. I happened to get a phone call from a guy I hadn't heard from in a while, so we talked before swim, so that's why I was a little bit later. But yeah, I'd like to, because this is screwing up my window, because this is when I can eat, but I can't because I'm teaching. So then when I can eat, it's already after the window. So I got to shut up and cake my steaks and my salad and eat before my window runs out. Okay. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great day and take care. www.teaserking.com.